devastating. It's hurting my feelings. It is a little deceiving. Good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday to everybody except for Kels. So when you get to my age, you pay attention to your hairline and where it's going. It's not going forward. Getting a little spotty in the back too. I don't like that one bit. I don't like you bringing that up. So that's the show today, and we'll come back tomorrow, and we'll see if you guys can behave and not hurt my feelings. Jen, good morning.
You know better than that. It's kind of the brand.
The hats don't help. Yeah, that's what I went with the brand. I don't know if we'll switch out of the hoodies at some point. Somebody asked me if I'll ever switch out of my costume of hoodies and hats. I don't know.
I don't know how you wear a hoodie all the time, especially where you live.
Well, I'm inside.
Yeah, I understand that. But it's still hotter than Satan's asshole.
Yeah, but I'm inside, so it feels colder inside. I keep it pretty cool in here.
But still, even during the summer, I mean, I use my AC too.
Yeah, but I bet you keep yours at like 84.
No.
What is it? What's your number?
I keep my house cold enough to store bodies in.
Store what in?
Bodies.
What do you keep it at?
At nighttime, it's 63.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like I said, I can store bodies.
And you don't wear a hood? How do you? Okay, well, I also live in Arizona, so I'm cold-blooded. Or yeah, you adjust. So like any sort
you're a lizard person?
Kind of. Like 72 feels freezing. You'll be outside. It's 110. You walk in. It's like walking into a refrigerator. So I don't know. I don't know anybody who keeps it below
that's just
70.
When I'm sleeping. That's just when I'm sleeping. Like,
yeah, 63. Good Lord.
I mean, I might bump it up a little because energy costs are stupid. But
plus, you got that rotating group of men to keep you warm.
I can't bring them here because of the spawn. So
when will you? Do you have to be in a relationship with them before?
I don't know I mean, obviously I'm not trying to.
Well, but like you were saying yesterday, like, body's ticking to have 2 more kids.
I'm not having any more kids. I am extremely pro-choice that way. So
he's choosing to have 2 more.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know what the answer is on that one, to be honest. My daughter hasn't met the person I'm dating. I don't think she's met the person her mom's dating. I don't know what the answer is on any of that stuff.
Chat, what's the rule? What do you I mean, if you guys are dating, what's the rule on how long typically?
We just want to hear from people from failed relationships, whether you had got rid of your husband like Jen or a divorce like me.
Uh-huh.
That's what we want to
exactly.
know. No more kids.
No.
25 years. Well, fuck Jen.
Spawn has brought that up a couple times. She wanted to confirm that no more kids were in the picture. She tried to put a limitation that the person I'm seeing not have kids too. But I told her that's at this phase in life. That's
6 months seems to be the bare minimum for most people. 3 months, a few months.
Yeah.
Somebody said second date, which you've got coming up, right? You've got a second date coming up.
It's in discussion. So
we're negotiating.
Well, so he's got kids too. So okay. It's like that's a whole, his custody situation. So he's got his, yeah. So it's just trying to figure out when works and how our schedules can align.
Shane said 3 months or 5th date. That sounds like a Jen timeline on dating schedules there.
Well, there's some kind of they're like knowing someone who you can see who they are pretty well at like 3 months, or you're going to get a decent idea at least around 3 months. A lot of that kind of stuff can.
To the women, when you are dating someone, do you run a background check at some point? Do you do that, Jen? Why'd you giggle? Why did you giggle?
I mean, I do because I do other research, but I don't necessarily run a background check. But.
Okay, a lot of yeses there. You do some sort of research.
Yeah, I do some sort of research. Absolutely.
Okay. I know some of the research you've done.
I mean, if there's stuff out there, I'll find it. So
yeah, don't try and date Jen if you're married. General rule of thumb.
I'll find it. So.
All right. Any cool updates for us?
No, just that's how it is so far. So I mean, I don't know. There's other people around. I mean, this one I'm interested to see if there's potential or not. So we'll see.
Have you started the dig yet? When do you start the dig?
Oh, I just started digging. I start digging before we ever go out.
All right. That's probably smart, right?
Yeah.
All right. Niners Suck said trip to Turkey Fund. Fuck you. That's my feelings.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So that's where it is so far. Nothing too reasonable. Even don't know through. But other than that, all right. So welcome everybody. I know we had to do a little restart. Peepaw struggled with technology again.
It's Jen's fault.
All right.
Anyway. Can we at least acknowledge that 70% of the days before we get started, you have problems with your microphone?
You're so full of shit, no?
Yeah, you do. You're always like, I can't hear you. You'll message me. You're like, I can't hear you if you're talking, and then you switch something.
Prove it. Prove it.
I hate you.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
That's not I'm not lying about this one.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Yeah. Anyways, so we'll get back to the topic. And because Jay's fibbing.
Handsome.
Anyways. Fibbing. So welcome back after Jay messed things up.
Sorry about that.
We're here each day, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. Glad you're here. You guys know if you're a regular that we've got a gift goal that we need to hit. We were a little shy yesterday. So if we can make up some of it, that would be dope.
Amy says I would prove it, but I can't figure out how. And that's the most accurate thing I've seen in the chat so far. I have no idea. I wouldn't know how to record our conversations. I don't know how to do any of that.
Swiss, you're getting in trouble.
Did you see somebody? I don't know their username, but I'm pretty sure it's Tex. He was commenting that I'm 40 and that we shouldn't talk about like dating because we're 40. Well, you're way older than 40, but
no, I'm not. Anyway, I don't care if that's what his thing is.
He's getting frustrated about that.
I mean, I don't really care. I mean, you can say whatever. But anyways, if you haven't subscribed to us already, please do so. We've got a members only event. We're going to watch a few more episodes of Company Retreat. So we have members only events on Wednesday evenings. So if you want to join us for those, you have to be a paid member or subscriber on I'm 42, chat.
Oh,
I'm 42.
Sure you are.
I am 42.
Okay.
Shut up, Jay.
Jen graduated in 97 and she's 42.
You're so full of shit.
She graduated really early, guys.
2001. Anyway, so if you want to be join us for these members only events where Jay can get made fun of and we have this back and forth banter, yeah, you can join us for those. So like I said, if you're a paid member or subscriber on any of the platforms, you can join us for that. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub and get a free subscription. And you don't have to use your own money. If you guys disagree with Jay, you can come up and talk. And how you do that is you send me a message on Discord. My Discord username is the same as the Venmo. So Jen with 2 N's, Deb with 2 B's, the number 1. And I can bring you up to have that conversation. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We got merch, Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify. So I got this joke came from someone in the Discord. They have a wow really is their Discord username.
Okay.
So it's want to know why it feels so good to go to an aquarium.
Feels like something with a blowfish. I don't know.
All of the endorphins.
Oh, that was actually kind of sweet. I made it dirty. That's adorable. All right. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Let's kick things off with everybody's favorite pollster, Harry Enton. And check me out. Didn't start the video before I switched screens. We've talked a lot about the polling for the Republicans, which is abysmal. and you would expect to see some gains by Democrats in polling. Unfortunately, not so much.
But I think this poll serves as a big-time reality check for Democrats, and that is, it ain't over yet, especially with the redistricting when we look ahead to the 2026 race for Congress. You would have thought that the Democrats' lead would expand on the generic congressional ballot. It didn't happen. Look, in March, Democrats were up by 6 points. Look at this now. Democrats are up by 3 points, and I want you to note the yellow lettering. No clear leader. It is within the margin of error. So despite all of the talk about Donald Trump's unpopularity, the fact is Republicans very much remain in the game when it comes to the congressional midterms.
Great point, Amy, but progressives are gaining. So what's the lesson here that we need Democrats to take? The lesson needs to be lean progressive. I don't blame anybody for not being excited about the Democrats. This isn't like necessarily, this is just like a party affiliation, right? What's the difference between Chuck Schumer and Ted Cruz? Not a ton.
Which are occurring in what, 6 or 7 months at this point?
Yes, and don't call me Shirley. So a lead of 3 points in the generic ballot test here. Does that get the job done?
No, it might not actually get the job done. And I love any reference to Airplane, I will say, and Leslie Nielsen. Look at this. Okay, take a look here. Democrats in the National House vote margin. According to my estimate, what they need for control with redistricting in terms of the national popular vote is somewhere of a win between 3 and 4 points. What's CNN's current poll with no clear leader? It's a 3-point advantage. If this were, in fact, the actual result come Election Day, the race for Congress, the race for the House, would be basically a toss-up. And that is why the redistricting efforts that have been happening are so important. Because before the redistricting happened...
Let me also say this. Kudos for CNN for speaking about this poll in this way. Kudos for them for holding Democrats' feet to the fire. However, these are generic polls, and these are more telling in Senate races and in national races. This isn't as telling when you consider who is up. And when you break down who's actually up for re-election or which seats are contested, the numbers skew heavily in the favor of Democrats.
Democrats essentially just needed to win the National House popular vote in order to win control of the House of Representatives. But now, with the redistricting, their ladder, they have to climb ever higher, and a 3-point win may very well not do it. This is well within the realm of possibilities. Could be Democrats take back the House. You know, if Democrats outperform the CNN poll by a few points, they take it back. But they could underperform as well, and that would be big-time trouble. As I said at the start here, this game is most certainly not over. Republicans very much in the race for the House of Representatives are in that game.
All right, and I was saying, the president's approval on the...
Thank you, Trudy. Big W in the chat for Trudy. Sent $100 over on Venmo. Thank you, Trudy, MVP of the day.
Economy. The president is just 30%, 70% disapproval. Those are, I think, the worst numbers he has ever had. But if his numbers are so bad, then why aren't Democrats benefiting?
Yeah, that's exactly it, Johnny B. Look,
because they don't do anything. That's why. That's why they're not benefiting. Because Chuck Schumer's strategy is sit on your hands and not do a goddamn thing. That's why they're not benefiting. They don't deserve to benefit. They're doing absolutely nothing. That's why.
Talk about, economic approval rating for the president. We talk about the net approval rating among registered voters. If we look among registered voters, the net approval rating, he's 36 points under. Where to go? There's no way. There's no way Republicans.
I'm sorry. Schumer writes letters too. That's true. And he chants, "We will win." Yeah, I guess he is doing that. That's important stuff.
Could possibly hold on to the House. But look at this. Which party is trusted more in the economy? It's a tie among registered voters. Just because Donald Trump is unpopular doesn't make Democrats popular. And when you match Democrats against...
Honestly, why would they be more popular? It's marginally better. I don't know why they would be more popular. You have to make real changes. There's not a huge difference between even what Trump does economically and what Democrats, like establishment Democrats advocate for. All of this makes sense, which really fucking sucks. Which just goes to tell us that nobody in our government listens to us at all. They could give a fuck. The president is clearly not listening to his voters. They don't care. And Democrats clearly aren't listening to theirs. And they're just like, you're just going to have to take it. We know better than you.
Republicans, all of a sudden, it is a dead heat.
Oftentimes, Republicans enjoy an advantage on the economy, though, so tide may not be great for them, but still a huge disparity there between these two numbers. All right, we're talking about Democrats' chances.
One other thing, Democrats are running on the party, which isn't great. Republicans are running on Trump, which is way worse. When you see people's trust, and then you look at Trump's approval rating, and then the people that are running, Trump has been getting a ton of his candidates winning their primaries. It's going to be basically running against Donald Trump. That's beneficial for Democrats, too.
Maybe not as big as they were a few weeks ago. You know, what are the chances? A few weeks ago, I think we were saying Republicans, they could get blown out.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's, I think, the other thing. Even if Republicans don't hold on to Congress, look, the chance of a blowout.
Yeah, Ed, I'm with you. I've always said we have Trump because Dems are so bad. 100%. It's not like he's winning these elections because he's bringing in record turnout. It's because Dems are so goddamn pitiful.
That has shrunk considerably. Look at the cash prediction market. Chance that the GOP wins under 193 seats, you need 218 for control in the 2026 midterms. A month ago, it was a 48% chance they won under 193 seats. Now it's just 19%. So basically, Republicans have shifted the playing field. They're in the game, and the chance of a Democratic blowout, that is way, way down.
A much different environment today than it was just a few weeks ago. Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny.
We got a lot of news. We'll be right back.
It is surprising. I think Americans are just like, fuck everybody. I think that's what we're learning from the polls, is that they don't think anybody's doing a good job. You want to, like we said, push yourself to be a progressive if you are a Democrat, and you'll win. This is at University of Central Florida, and this is Gloria Caulfield giving the commencement speech at the graduation ceremony for, I guess they're a College of Arts and Humanities. And wrong crowd, lady. Wrong crowd for this speech.
Now, that said, we are living in a time of profound change. That's an understatement, right? Profound change. Change is exciting, very exciting, and let's face it, change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Whoa. What happened?
What happened is you're speaking at the College of Arts and Humanities, and you talked about computers taking away the arts and humanities. What do you think happened?
Okay, I struck a chord. May I finish? Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives. All right. Okay. We've got a bipolar topic here, I see. Okay.
I think bipolar was incorrect. I think that most people don't want to hear what you have to say. How does she keep going? She wrote it down. She has no exit here.
And now, AI capabilities are in the palm of our hands. And oh, I love it. Passion, let's go. Okay.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Perhaps Democrats aren't very popular because John Fetterman exists. And that's a shitty segue by me. That was the best I could come up with. I'm only showing you this because it is painful. Not to make light of his condition and the struggles that John Fetterman has gone through. This is not a person who has any clue what he's doing. He's very clearly not terribly bright, and I think he is being possibly completely educated by an alt-right algorithm because he's falling apart. He went on with Bill Maher while they talked about how they're the true leftists all the time and everybody else is leaving them behind. And they talked about the one thing that is a threat to all of us, that big threat of communism, because one person on Mamdani's staff is a communist. So we have to worry about that.
labeled as a socialist. That used to be was a smear when I was running my first cycle, and now that's becoming more normalized. And now I think that's a very dangerous, slippery slope for us to be.
Yeah, it's dangerous when you can't use a term to smear people. It's dangerous when you start talking about ideas, and when you start talking about socialism and those ideas, they become more popular. Then people run on being democratic socialists, and they win. Can we please just go back to the days when it was a smear?
And now I've spoke to people that had to live under socialism and or communism, and they
Not and or communism, socialism, maybe. I wonder who he spoke to. Who are these folks he went and spoke to? Patrick Bet David? I think that's probably his guy.
they are morons if they think that socialism is the answer. I've lived under that, and thank God we are now.
We already have a great
Huh? Maybe he's talking about them still? Did John Fetterman grow up in a socialist country?
deal of socialism, and I've made the point a million times on the show, as we should. All Western democracies are quasi-socialist. There are certain things that the government should do.
Yeah.
You don't want the...
Like perhaps fill the void when there are no grocery stores. Like perhaps step in and pay for childcare when people are choosing between having to work or take care of their kid, and they can't pay their bills, so now they got to work and they don't have a place for the kid. Things like that. Public transportation being fast and affordable. Things like that.
Private enterprise to be controlling the Marine Corps, and we need Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid. Obviously, these things we have socialism. They're just proposing something way more than that. And by the way, you said socialism, dirty word. Yeah, yes and no. What really was a dirty word, which isn't anymore, is communism.
Yeah.
I mean, this woman in New York who is Mayor Mondami's.
He talks about her. Every time I see a clip of Bill Maher, he's talking about this woman that works for Mamdani, who is a communist. Every single time. This is like his number one scare tactic.
Right-hand woman, she tweets out, elect more communists. This guy, Graham Plattner?
Yeah, it's not a slur if I refer to him as a communist. That's his own term that he used for himself.
Yes.
No, it's not. He's talking about like a message board from like 20 years ago, and he was kind of figuring out, and this does happen. I think that there's a lot of people that get radicalized as like politically. I don't mean like violently, but they'll get radicalized as libertarians or communists. And then you realize that there's 350 million people in this country, and not everybody's ever going to want to live the ideals of communism or libertarianism. And so then you just kind of move a little more center. That's where you find a lot of the democratic socialists. But to call Graham Plattner a communist and say that it's not a slur. Who cares what it is? You can say whatever you want. It's not accurate.
That's his own term that he used for himself.
Yes.
Antifa and these other kinds of extreme.
Anti-fascist. If you're going to say Antifa, just say anti-fascist, please.
Things. Now that's his own words. That's not my view, and I'm not using that as a slur.
But the idea that
Why would Bill have one of the most hated Dems on his show? Because Bill hates the Dems because the Dems are kind to trans people. I think that's pretty much what it is.
Communist is not a dirty word. I think we need to pause here.
I wouldn't say socialists are center of libertarian and communists. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that libertarians will find themselves in a more central, more centered position, and so will communists. I think there's not that much difference between a socialist and a libertarian. It's just like the role of the government, like the size of the government, and specifically like property rights.
And say, okay, this is a.
Do I hate Bill Maher? I think he's Bill Maher. He's not. I don't think he's terribly bright politically.
Mark, this is a watershed mark, a moment in American history where we should pay attention. And my guess is because AI is going to be taking everybody's jobs, communism is only going to get more popular.
Well, I sure hope not. And people that are proud.
Good answer there. Then this. I just want to show you this because I fucking hate John Fetterman. This is gross. I think they did two shows. Bill Maher has two shows. So there were clips from two different shows this week. I think one is that. So I think I think that Fetterman did two different ones. That's why there's a different outfit. I think one was on like the 9th and one was on the 11th. At least that's when the clips were for. or I guess that's when they were from. If this is an older one, I apologize, but I hadn't seen this clip. And this is just two douchebags. This isn't politics anymore. This is just two douchebags connecting together on the fact that Donald Trump's a douchebag.
His reaction immediately was to her, "You're a terrible person." And he didn't just think it. Like any politician, that's exactly what they're thinking. He just says it. Like
that's a glimpse into their mind. What Bill Barr is saying here, what Fetterman's going to agree with, and what Trump is, what you see there when they lash out at reporters for asking tough questions is that they are fragile and they don't like being pressed. And so he thinks everybody else is like that, but some of us would just be fine with a tough question.
if that's what's in his head, you're a horrible person. You're a disgrace. You're a horrible
or
and it's like it's at the same time horrifying and also like it's kind of like refreshing. It's shockingly
it's refreshing to have a douchebag as president. It's so refreshing. Somebody who can't control their emotions. We love it so much. Always going after women journalists too.
The honesty, as someone who loves honesty and has made my career about it as much as I could, it is there's some level of it where you tip your hat and you go, wow, total honesty. I think you're a horrible person, and I'm just going to say it.
The ultimate, the quiet piggy.
Right. Yeah. But
the ultimate. Can we Pennsylvania? Is Pennsylvania here? We got any Pennsylvania here? Can we fucking get rid of this dude? He's just MAGA. He's 100% MAGA now. Yeah, it's not honesty. It's fragility. I agree with you. I guess like somehow honesty and no filter have become the same thing. There's a lot of things I say that I think that Jen will tell you. It's not honesty. It's just a lack of filter, and those things aren't always to be desired, according to Jen. That's what she tells me when we have our pep talks after the show. And she has this whole list of things like, you shouldn't have said this. I'm embarrassed to be your friend. I'm embarrassed that people know my name and I'm associated with you. And so I do kind of know what that feels like, but it's like, can we just get rid of Fetterman, please? What are you? When is he up? He has 6 years. So when did he get elected? Was he 2020?
We were just making shit up today. I see.
Well, yeah. Oh, you were telling me when Fetterman was elected? Is that?
No, I'm very honest. There's a difference between being honest and just being a dick.
What would you say I am, honest or a dick?
You have, why can't I think of the words? You tell too many things.
You say too much.
You're an oversharer. That's a better one. You're an oversharer.
Fair enough. He was elected in 2022, so we got a few more years of goddamn Fetterman. Well, enjoy it. All right. If Democrats can't beat this, I don't know what. We missed this yesterday. Turns out those Trump phones aren't coming through. It's something like what 600,000 deposits at $100 each. And this was in their language when you sent the deposit. A pre-order deposit provides only a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile later elects in its sole discretion to offer the device for sale. A deposit is not a purchase, does not constitute acceptance of an order, does not create a contract for sale, does not transfer ownership or title interest, does not allocate or reserve specific inventory, and does not guarantee that a device will be produced or made available for purchase. That's $60 million. Gone. Now they're being told they'll just never get their phones. Got MAGA here yet? I did see Renee was here. Renee, any thoughts on him just stealing $60 million from his constituents? Any thoughts on that? We're not. I'm not paid to keep you fighting each other, and that's bullshit, anyways, Travis. I'm reporting things that are real. And if I report things about Donald Trump that are negative, and your response to that is you're just trying to divide us, then you're not engaging. Like, you're already divided. You've decided. You just don't like hearing it. $60 million. Just right in the Trump's pockets there. Is that a violation of the emoluments clause? Is it okay because he doesn't take his salary? He is kind of a good businessman when it comes to scams. Nobody scams better than Trump. It's the ultimate for him. He gets to run scams, and the people who would investigate him do exactly what he says. He doesn't have to do anything. Great. But last week, Pete Buttigieg was regularly called the worst transportation secretary in history because the courts didn't allow a merger between Spirit Airlines and, was it American? Is that who was going to buy it? I think it was American or Frontier or some shit like that. Now there's a new story about Sean Duffy and what he's been doing as the greatest transportation secretary of all time.
This morning, Transportation Secretary Sean
JetBlue,
Duffy defending
JetBlue was the merger. American was the first one, then that one. That's right.
his 7-month side project.
Put your seatbelts on.
The one time The Real World star is returning to reality TV in a 5-part series called The Great American Road Trip, following Duffy, his wife, Fox News anchor Rachel Campos Duffy, and their children traveling to iconic American places. President Trump featured in the first moments of the newly released trailer.
So the motto is to love America is to see America.
At a time when gas prices are skyrocketing, the average cost of a gallon of gas exceeding $4 amid the war in Iran, Duffy's critics calling the series tone deaf. Former transportation.
Travis, I'm crowdfunded, bud. So if I'm being paid to divide you, I'm being paid by the people here. But again, you're still just going to complain about that. Just watch this and decide whether or not you should know this. Should we not report stories anymore, Travis? Should we all just be quiet and never criticize our government so that we're not divided? I would argue that the American way is to discuss ideas and debate different ideas and have those conversations rather than just name call. So Travis, if I would recommend to you to come talk to me. You can message GenDub1 and you can just come up here and talk. That's not divisive. Sitting down and having a conversation isn't divisive. Hearing things that you don't like is not divisive. You just don't like hearing them. All right, let's get back to Sean Duffy filming a reality show while he was transportation secretary.
Critics calling the series tone deaf. Former
No, Shane, the deposits are not refundable. They are non-refundable deposits.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg slamming his successor, saying, "I love a good road trip, but this is brutally out of touch." A Trump cabinet member making a documentary about himself while regular families can't afford road trips anymore.
Thank you, Proud Atheist, for funding the truth.
Because Trump and his war put gas prices through the roof. Duffy, who shot the series over 7 months with his family in tow, responding to critics, claiming $0 taxpayer dollars were spent on his family to participate, adding the series was filmed in short 1 to 2 day production windows, such as weekends and the kids' spring break. In the works since last year, Duffy says ethics and budget officials from DOT reviewed and approved his participation in accordance with federal rules. On its website, the Great American Road Trip, Inc. lists sponsors, including Boeing and United Airlines, companies Duffy is in charge of regulating.
I used his position as transportation secretary to bilk money out of Boeing and United Airlines to film his reality TV show, which he's definitely getting paid for. Don't worry, it's not taxpayer funded. I used leverage as the transportation secretary to get these companies to fund my project. Cool.
As you heard there, this project was funded through a nonprofit. It's called the Great American Road Trip, Inc. It says it's partnering with the Transportation Department on this. The family isn't being paid to participate, the secretary's wife says, and they did it to celebrate the country's 250th anniversary.
I'd like to see that distribution deal. I believe that they haven't been paid. I'd like to see what happens when they distribute that. I'd like to know what happens. I'd like to see what happens to the revenue. And I'm assuming they'll load it on YouTube. Who's going to get that revenue? Is it going to go to Boeing? Is it going to go to United? I doubt it. It's going to be, somebody said, like, I'd love to see that nonprofit. Yeah, I would too. Oh, Bud's here. Bud, I got bad news for you. Later today, you're going to be muted. And you're only going to be able to talk through Super Chat because we're going to watch Nick Shirley's video. Sorry, everybody. And Bud, we don't want you telling us how hard you're coming. So you're going to have to be muted during that time. And you can only communicate by paying me to read your words. So sorry, Bud. Get it out while you're here. But when we get to the Nick Shirley section, it's for you. It's really for you. We're doing it for you. You can't watch that. And you need to keep your hands up if you're at work. But do we have to? Yeah, maybe. I want to be a little petty today on Nick Shirley. I can't stand Nick Shirley. So, yeah, we have to watch it. It's also important because Nick Shirley's there because he's a propaganda arm of these right-wing groups who now are going to try and convince Americans that we should make Venezuela the 51st state and then we should just own Cuba. So yeah, I think it's important. I don't know how I deal with this nonsense. My family is meaner to me. My friends say worse things than anybody in this chat could. So I just grew up that way. It's my love language. I'm certain actually that Bud loves me. I'm certain that the people that show up here every day actually really like me. Like if I had my DMs open, Bud would DM me and he would be my friend. All these trolls that are here most of the time, they all like me. They just are uncomfortable with the things that I'm saying and they lash out a little bit. Wait, Bud, don't I do the same job as Nick Shirley? I just don't take a bunch of dark money. Is that the difference? All right. We showed that clip of AOC. Oh, sorry. Mag in the chat's going to get mad right now because we're going to talk about AOC and they're going to start calling her a bartender, which is what Ted Cruz is doing.
And by the way, AOC also
said... Why is that not pausing?
It is
Hold
impossible.
On. Let me reload that. Why won't that pause? There's a deliberate attempt right now by Republicans and regular mainstream media to discredit AOC, which means that her message is working. And I wanted to show this, one, so you had to look at Ted Cruz's face, but two, because Ted Cruz is just like everybody in the chat. They don't actually have real criticisms of AOC. They don't ever go after any policy she advocates for, because how could they? What's he going to do? Get on Fox News and be like, that AOC, she's such a monster. She's trying to stop members of Congress from trading on insider information. She wants to get money out of politics. She would like single-payer universal health care. They can't say any of that because those are really popular ideas. So instead, they use Fox News and they go out there and they spout the same tired-ass propaganda that everybody's been saying about AOC for years, and she just walks right through it.
Freedom. And by the way, AOC also said it is impossible for anyone to earn $1 billion. Which, look, I
agreed. Earn. You can get $1 billion. Earning $1 billion is impossible. You can't put in that much labor.
Recognized for her, given that she was a bartender, that's probably true. And there's no disrespect to bartenders. Bartenders are an honorable profession. But she went from that to being a government employee and a parasite sucking on the taxpayer. But you look.
Ted Cruz is a government employee that makes double what AOC makes and has a podcast and endorsements and takes in tons of money. He's become filthy fucking rich. Her net worth has not budged. He is filthy fucking rich, and he has the audacity to call her the parasite.
Great. Think of Henry Ford, who invented the Model T, who invented the assembly line, and basically created the American middle class. You don't think that produced billions of dollars? Look at Elon Musk.
Ooh, but that's not what she said, right? She said billionaires can't earn $1 billion. Just because you build something that makes a lot of money doesn't mean that you should get all the money. What would Henry Ford be without his factory workers? What would he be without his CEO? What would he be without his CFO? What would he be without the government building roads for him? What would he be without government subsidies? What would he have been without war spending? It's crazy how people give billionaires all of the fucking credit. Not one billionaire is self-made. Not one. And yet they get all the credit every fucking time. You treat them like heroes. Who's the billionaire that created something? Who are the richest people among us that created something? Even like the PayPal mafia, they all just took investors. Then they went and got programmers from other companies that had built payment processing apps. Or I guess payment processors first, then payment processing apps. Yeah, nobody earns billions of dollars.
Musk making electric cars, making self-driving cars, sending rocket ships to.
He didn't make. He didn't invent electric cars. He didn't start Tesla. He wasn't the first person to do self-driving cars, and he didn't send rockets to space. He got government contracts from NASA, and all these NASA scientists flew his rockets to space. A lot of them didn't make it, though. We're being honest. He didn't do any of these things.
to the moon. He's going to be sending rocket ships to Mars, and yet these left.
Hooray! No, he did not. Elon Musk bought into Tesla. Tesla was already a company. He did not start it.
Left-wing zealots say if you are
That's true. He did start the Boring Company, and that has been a nightmare. Thank you, Trevor Folk. That is a good point. I'm gonna make tunnels for electric vehicles in major cities, and they are all terrible. They're either going bankrupt or nobody gives a shit.
successful, if you are producing, if you are creative, you are bad. We want to take everything from you, and we want to put a bunch of Washington politicians in charge of your life. I got to say, Sean, if you're a 25-year-old guy.
And this is why Democrats fucking suck. This is the easiest talking point to debunk. It's also the reason that people like Ted Cruz don't go and debate Democrats. They never do it because it's just rhetoric. If you want to talk about progressive ideas like AOC, she does not think that you should put the government in charge of your success. What she thinks is that the government should write laws to ensure that money circulates and that people have a fair shake and that our economy isn't tilted too far to one side. You could have this same problem potentially. You could overcorrect and say, like, hey, we're going to pay everybody universal basic income, everybody's health care, everybody's education, everything is covered. You have enough to pay for your house and your groceries. And you could overcorrect to the point that too many people in this country were just not working and were bringing in universal basic income. And then you would have the argument. But the argument for then wouldn't be, oh, we've got to make sure that people are working. That wouldn't be an argument that the government needs to step in and tell you how to live your life, right? That would just mean the government changing the economic structure. I don't get this for the life of me. Conservatives are very strange when it comes to taxes because in every way they would love to go back to the 1950s. Like they are just beating off to the idea of reversing the Civil Rights Act, like going back to Jim Crow, making sure that black communities are underrepresented. They love every part of going backwards except for the part that made their grandparents able to live good lives, which was a high top marginal tax rate where the billionaires or the richest among us were forced to push that money down, not trickle it down. It was forced. Pay the taxes or pay your people, and they're going to pay their people. That's the only part of the 50s they don't want back. Everything else, maybe we could segregate baseball again so white guys could feel like athletes. Everything about them is about conservatives is backwards except for this, where it's like, we should probably definitely keep trying giving all of our money to like 8 people.
Guy starting your career or a 25-year-old woman starting your career, that is a horrible dystopic future. And if they take over the Congress, God help this country.
Anyways, AOC is under everybody's skin, and that's beautiful to me. If Dems lose to this racist-ass party, I don't know what to do. This is Tommy Tuberville from Alabama. Don't even really have to hear what he has to say, but this is a real thing that happened at the U.S. Capitol.
Islamists aren't coming here looking for a better life. That's a true fallacy.
True lie. I don't know what that means. I don't know what a true fallacy is. Just the first sentence lumps all Muslims together. All Muslims. Not one Muslim comes here seeking a better life. That's how he started that.
Islamists aren't coming here looking for a better life. That's a true fallacy. They're coming here to impose their radical beliefs on us and to mooch off the American taxpayers. Game, set, match. That's exactly why they're here. They're coming to
they. He's legitimately saying they, talking about a group of people with a religious belief. This isn't like country. This isn't like a group of people who's known to be problematic roaming around. This is everybody who practices Islam.
impose everything they possibly can on the United States of America, get by with it, and tear us down at the same time. They have no interest in adapting to American national identity. They want to change the national identity.
I also have no interest in becoming a Christian nationalist. I also don't want to be a racist, dipshit who thinks that America is just amazing because we bomb brown countries.
To mirror their death cult Islamic beliefs. You heard that. They're here to kill us all.
White people becoming the minority can't come fast enough. Good Lord. Us whites are already so fucking whiny. Can you imagine how whiny we're going to be when we're in the minority? Oh, that's going to be that just like so many Karens. And then we're going to have to be like assimilate. Whites, you need to assimilate to our new culture. Can't complain. What us whites probably what we should probably be thinking about is math. And the math says that us whites will be a minority in this country in the near future. And perhaps if we would like to be treated well as minorities, we should treat people in this country who are in minority groups well. And then maybe those people, when they are in power, will remember that they were treated fairly. I'm a fool. Is that right, Robert? Robert, I'm assuming you want to ban all Muslims, right? Is that what we have here? No Muslims here? Tommy has assimilated normal society. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? You think Tommy Tuberville's normal? Tommy Tuberville was hated by his own football teams. The worst people on earth, like once they like people who get famous and then all their friends realize who they are and they're run out of basically every organization and nobody cares about them anymore. They're like, I'm going to go be a Republican politician. You might not have worded it right, but there's a lot that want to bring their radical beliefs, can change things here in America. They want their neighborhood and their religion and their own laws. Okay, but Renee, hear me out. Let's be good faith here. I debated Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson wants that exact same thing. Exact same thing. He wants to take away the rights of women to vote. He wants to force religion upon us. He wants his religion, which is Orthodoxy Christianity, which is probably far more strict and far more fundamentalist than most of your Christianity. He's here. What about Pete Hegseth? Pete Hegseth's the same way. As somebody who's not religious, and maybe you can understand this, as somebody who doesn't believe in any of your gods, all I care about is that you don't force your shit on me. Why are you guys so comfortable when it's Christians forcing that on other people, but if it's Muslims, that's a problem? It's because you're Christian. You don't believe in freedom of religion. You believe in freedom of your religion. But there's so many people here in this country that want this exact same thing in the name of Christianity. Legitimately, they want women to not be allowed to work, not be able to vote. In order to own land, you have to be married. There's lots of people here in this country, very famous people. Like Andrew Wilson's on Joe Rogan. Can you imagine if we were just platforming some radical fundamentalist Muslim and we had an interview and they were just talking about how they wanted to come here and change our culture and not let women vote anymore. And they wanted to make sure that our government reflected their religious beliefs. You'd freak the fuck out. In fact, Christians around this country would start attacking Muslims and say, get rid of all Muslims. But when it's a Christian doing it, you don't even realize it. It doesn't even register that it's the exact same thing. And I can just tell you as an outsider, as somebody who doesn't believe in any of your gods, I find both of those views problematic. I find everything Andrew Wilson says equally as problematic as anything that somebody who would advocate Sharia law in this country. Those are the exact same to me. He justifies murder. He justifies the murder of children. He says God condones, God advocates for the murder of children in some cases. If you're going to have a problem with like Tommy Tuberville with Muslims, then just hold that standard across the board. But if you don't have a problem with Christians doing the exact same thing, then I'm afraid like you don't really believe in the freedom of religion, or you don't think you'll be targeted. And I think maybe that's your fear. Your fear with Muslims is that you will be targeted. That's how everybody feels that isn't Christian in this country. I recently reconnected. I wouldn't say reconnect. I talked to my sister. Like some of you know, I'm a little bit estranged with my family because of my political beliefs and my religious beliefs. But I don't like to go back to Utah. It's not a fun place for me to go to. There's a lot of bad memories there, but more importantly, everybody who knows me in Utah, everybody I grew up with, is still Republican, and they are still Mormon. And both their viewpoint of me is like I'm a lost soul, and that my ideas are dangerous. Like, no, my family can talk politics with each other all day long, but they can't talk politics with me. And if I'm there, they can all talk about what they want to talk about, and I have to stay quiet. If I don't stay quiet, then it causes a problem. Like, I'm forced to assimilate. And the people that I talk to in Utah are like, well, then just don't bring it up. Like, keep the peace. It's like, that's fine. I understand what you're saying, but you don't feel what I feel. Like, you guys are all talking about something that's very, very important to you. It's not important to me. Not only is it not important to me, I think there's some elements of it that are really, really harmful, but because it doesn't affect them, they don't care about any of that shit. Exactly. I don't want somebody to force their religion on me. I don't want some trans male telling me that he's a woman and he can get pregnant. It's a damn shame. Why? Wait, tell me the difference here, Renee. Let's stick with this. You don't want somebody to force their religion on me. That's fine. I'm with you on that. But like, I've had people come up to me and say weird shit on the street. That's freedom of speech. You don't want a trans male telling me that he's a woman. Well, a trans male would be a man. But anyways, you don't want somebody, I think what you're saying is born biologically a male saying that they're a woman and can't get pregnant. Well, you don't have any control over that. They're allowed to talk to you. They're allowed to say whatever the fuck they want. Just like you're allowed to tell me that there's this dude that died on a cross and came back 3 days later and everybody's sins were forgiven. Again, when you wipe away the belief and you look at it from like a different perspective of where I'm at, I think that what you believe is far less understandable than a trans person. I don't know what it's like to be trans. I have no idea what it's like to like wake up and feel like I'm in the wrong body, but I don't particularly care. You can, if that's your reality, if that's what you feel, you get to have that reality. You get to talk about that reality. If you were making the comparison here and you're saying, I don't want somebody to force their religion on me, just like I don't want somebody to force me or my child or somebody else to change their gender, then we would agree. But what you're talking about is freedom of speech versus like forcing religious ideology onto other people. Hold the same standard across the board. Why is it that you're allowed to talk about this God that you can't prove, but it's insane if somebody says, I don't identify with the gender that you think I should identify to? What are you saying, Robert? Your audience is not growing. You're talking and collecting money from the same people every day. You have zero diversity of thought in your audience. Well, I don't know. You tell me. I can show you this if you want. Audience is growing. Audience is never stopped growing, actually. You can look at it yourself. We can show it to you. I think that the reason that this audience grows is that we are different. I'm not just a Democrat. But what do we have? We've, in the last 28 days, like 1,000 new subscribers. Yeah, it grows. Thank you, Robert, for bringing that up, though. And just a reminder that Robert hates it when you guys donate to our cause here. So, all right, we'll get back to it. Renee, does that make sense? Are we on the same page there, Renee? Do you think that's fair? That if you, like, I can say you can't force your religion, you can say that trans people can't force their ideas on you, but like, you're allowed to talk about your religion and trans people are allowed to talk about them being trans. You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to understand it. You just have to know that like you have the right to talk about your religion. They have the right to talk about their identity. Ultimately, you're both just talking about your identity, and you're both talking about feelings that people outside of your experience can't understand. So why are you so frustrated about it? All right. This makes me nervous, to be honest. I won't name the creator that called me yesterday, but I got a phone call from a creator yesterday. My ban on TikTok says, I don't know the exact wording, Jen has it, but something about like me being a threat to democracy. Do you remember exactly what it says, Jen? Something like that. There's a note on my account that I'm not allowed to be live on TikTok because I'm somehow a threat to democracy. Now, I can only assume that has to do with my stance on Israel and the war in Iran. And now that seems to be confirmed. Larry Ellison, who owns TikTok. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't remember if it said exactly that, but I'll grab the screenshot and I'll post it in our chat.
Yeah. Now we have a new look at a 16-page memo from the United States Counterterrorism Report, which is supposed to be nonpartisan. And you just tell me if they're not planning on going after anybody who doesn't fall in line with our current foreign policy, including Israel. Bamarola said, for Robert, he asked me to spot him. Sherry said, fuck Robert, say my name, RTP. Sherry. Joel said, this is for all the Roberts in here. All right. Let's look at this counterterrorism report. This is a report from PBS News.
Counterterrorism strategy, detailed in a 16-page memo released on Tuesday, identifies three main terror threats facing the U.S. narco-terrorists and transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terrorists, and violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. That last group is later defined as those whose ideology is anti.
Sorry, I'll start it over. I forgot I had switched screens. Let me start it over. I'm sorry.
The U.S.'s counterterrorism strategy, detailed in a 16-page memo released on Tuesday, identifies three main terror threats facing the U.S. narco-terrorists and transnational gangs.
Not a huge threat. Like, we're at all-time lows with narco-terrorism and transnational gangs. This is weird that they say like these are our currently what we need to worry about the most.
Legacy Islamist terrorists. And
I'm assuming that means terrorist cells inside this country, but I think that's what they mean by legacy. I would agree with that.
Violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. That last group.
What are these violent left-wing extremists? Can you guys name me some violent left-wing extremists? You can't just say Antifa because like everybody here is Antifa. I'm Antifa. I'm just anti-fascist. But can you name like some actual names of left-wing extremists?
Is later defined as those whose ideology is anti-American, radically pro-transgender, and anarchist, citing, among other
That's the threat. People who are, their ideology is anti-American. What does that mean? I think my ideology would be considered by most as anti-American. I'm not proud of the direction that we're going. I think that our foreign policy is horrific. I think our domestic policy is horrific. I'm not proud of what we're doing. I think we are a long ways away from what the founding fathers intended, and not everything they got was right either. But radically pro-transgender, what the fuck does that mean? What is radically pro-transgender? And anarchist. Your problem is simple. Everyone sees you as a disgruntled ex-Mormon. I think that's a you problem, right? Like, I don't think you like if I was ex-Muslim and I spent time shitting on Islam, you wouldn't care about that. You wouldn't be like, oh, you're just a disgruntled ex-Muslim. I've heard this from everybody in my life, forever, Lauren. Like, this is just a way for you to not have to engage in any argument. Saying that like my ideology is simply ex-Mormon is silly. A lot of my economic beliefs fall squarely in line with the Mormon Church, who are the original OG socialists in this country.
Threats, the man accused of murdering conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The memo makes no mention of right-wing extremist groups, despite research from the U.S. government and others indicating those groups are responsible for the majority of violent attacks over the last years. So,
how are we coming up with these numbers? Can you guys tell me the violent attacks by these people? I don't even think the guy who shot Charlie Kirk falls into that category. I don't think the person was unless radically pro-transgender just means like you have sex with somebody who's transgender. I don't even know if his partner was transgender. I don't even know that we've ever even fucking confirmed that. Wasn't anti-fascist. There was no sort of anti-fascist rhetoric unless you count like the bullet casing that said like catch this fascist. But even then, that's from a video game, so that might not even be anti-fascist. I don't think the guy who shot at Trump in Butler would fall under this category. Who is it? Who's falling under this category?
For more on
let's see. Roly-poly said the counterterrorism strategy said anti-fascist is left-wing violent extremism. They didn't say Antifa. It's not semantics. It's explicitly calling people against fascism violent extremists. Yeah. Isn't that exactly what Hitler did? He used the government to label people as a threat to a threat to their sovereignty based on ideology. He called them literally anti-fascists. The people who were opposed to fascism were the enemies of Hitler.
America's counterterror strategy, we are joined by Colin Clark. He's the executive director of the Soufan Center, where he focuses on domestic and international terrorism. Colin, thank you so much for being here. On first blush, what is your reaction to this counterterror strategy?
Thanks for having me. Well, it's about what I expected, if not a little bit subpar. Look, there's a couple of things that it gets right, and that's the focus on.
I'm not doing it with Jaka today. Jaka, you have one chance. Your next comment has to be something specifically that I have manipulated, some truth that I've manipulated. And if it's not that, we're going to ban you for today. We don't want you today.
On hostages and wrongfully detained persons, the focus on terrorist acquisition of weapons of mass destruction, and the enduring threat posed by jihadist groups. But it gets a lot wrong.
Nasri says AIPAC is a radical left and right group. Yeah, they have their own, but they're pro-fascism, so they won't fall into that category.
Wrong. It gets the omission of far right terrorist groups. It doesn't deal at all with domestic terrorism and homegrown violent extremism, and the entire document is riddled with partisan accusations and snubs. After proclaiming to be an apolitical document, which it unfortunately is not.
Yeah. There's no reference to right-wing extremist groups. None. How's that fucking possible? Oh, I know. Because we're pardoning them. We're pretending, and we have somebody running for governor in California who's legitimately a member of a right-wing violent extremist group called the Proud Boys. George said, here's $5 to tell Robert to go fuck himself with a rusty soup can. Tanya said to help answer Jen's prayers. Thank you very much.
Let's tick through some of those things. I mentioned the three main sources it cites as threats. The first one being narco terrorists and criminal gangs. I mean, the administration argues that the flow of drugs into America is a clear and present danger. What do you make of their framing of that threat?
Look, these groups absolutely need to be countered and combated. Groups like the Sinaloa Cartel, MS-13, and others. These are groups that are pushing crime and drugs into the United States. But they're not terrorist groups. They're motivated by profit, not by politics. And so traditionally, we've used law enforcement to deal with such groups. And so when you all of a sudden start painting every single non-state actor as a terrorist group, it muddles the picture. It confuses those that are forced to deal with this issue. And frankly, it takes resources away. We live in a world of finite resources now more than.
What this really is the federal government's attempt to take over all policing. So now they're making narco-terrorism a fixture, something that they can focus on. And then they're going to be able to track that down, right? So narco-terrorism generally is like and the federal government's role in that was as the drugs were coming in, they would seize them through CBP, or once you get to like a certain level, the FBI would step in and they would try and bring down drug dealers. What this is going to allow them to do is basically take anybody who's ever caught with drugs, call it trafficking, and if they are a lefty, throw them in jail and say they're part of a narco-terrorist ring and that they're anti-fascist and that they're extremists. So this is allowing the federal government to take what I can only assume are actual trafficking charges and then escalate and elevate them as a way to silence opposition. Proud Atheist said the problem with those who get to define violence as they have them is that they have the monopoly of violence. They are trying to prevent self-defense. Yes.
Never. And so for the money, personnel, and training and expertise that goes to dealing with these groups, you have less of that to deal with other serious threats.
Second on that list is the threat of Islamic terrorists. And that still seems like a legitimate threat facing the U.S. What do you make of their strategy against those groups?
Well, this document is not much of a strategy. It's actually more of a worldview. And so it's very descriptive in nature. It doesn't tell you exactly what the United States can and should do other than, a very kinetic approach. Sebastian Gorka likes to talk about turning jihadis into quote unquote red mist, and this very aggressive, we will find you and we will kill you kind of tagline that he trots out. But there's very little nuance, there's very little substance behind that. The document barely engages with emerging technologies and all of the tools that terrorists use as force multipliers, including 3D printing, artificial intelligence, unmanned aerial systems.
I love you guys. I love Republicans. Why are you pro illegal drugs and pro drug cartels? That's for sure what we're saying. Can you guys grow up a little? Can you hear criticism without taking an absurd stance? We're saying that this is a 16-page assessment, and this is about like our counterterrorism strategy. And the criticism that we're giving here is not that those things should be taken lightly, but that they're missing a lot of problems. You just mentioned here, like most of our biggest problems when it comes to terrorism now are going to be things like eco-terrorism and cyber terrorism. Most of us, like the fact that there's drug traffickers out there, that doesn't affect most of us. It may impact our life if we have somebody that we love or that's around us that's hooked on drugs, or somebody who gets caught trafficking and they wind up going to prison. Nobody's saying that you should just allow this shit to happen. What we're saying is this threat assessment seems to leave out a whole bunch of people who ideologically align with this current administration. And since they align with this administration, they are no longer being watched. It seems like they're just going to allow them to do crimes, that they're not going to focus on them. Now, if they get caught by local authorities, let's see if the federal government steps in. I don't have a lot of confidence that they won't step in. But that's the criticism here, is that this counterterrorism memo is missing giant areas where the U.S. is actually in danger. And it goes to show, again, the incompetence of this administration. It's not a criticism that they think some of these things are bad. It's entirely incompetent what they're choosing to focus on. You really want me to believe that Antifa is the biggest threat to our country? If I ask you the threat that Antifa is to this country, most of you are going to cite their ideology. And that in and of itself is anti-American. You cannot suppress an ideology. That's not terrorism. People agreeing with you, if more and more people are identifying as Antifa, that is not anti-American. And it's not a threat to America. It's a threat to the power structure currently in charge. That's the criticism here, is they are inept.
Systems or drones, cryptocurrency, and the range of different tools that they use online, encrypted platforms to recruit and radicalize new members.
We should say, Sebastian.
Oh, we can't do that because Trump's laundering money through his crypto exchange. We can't go after the crypto people that are laundering money, can we? What was it? 76% of the wallets holding World Liberty Financial are foreign wallets. You don't think they're just laundering money?
Gorka is the U.S. counterterrorism official who is believed to have authored this report. But the third on that list was this inclusion, as I mentioned, of left-wing radicals, pro-transgender activists. Is there any view?
No, we covered Andy Knows. I appreciate that. I'm asking for, yeah, thank you. I am asking for that. Whoever that was, Maverick. We covered the Andy Know assault. I agree with that. And those people have been held accountable. Those people have gone to court. I think they defaulted in a civil case, but in August 2023, a jury in Portland ruled against Know, clearing 2 activists as a civil liability for a later 2021 assault. I guess I don't have the outcome. But yeah, like, don't beat people. But you're doing that same thing we were talking about earlier. You can't say like, oh, Andy Know was assaulted, therefore Antifa is a problem. Okay. Well, Proud Boys were convicted of seditious conspiracy, so shouldn't Proud Boys be on there? Proud Boys beat the shit out of people. Should they be on there? Should the Oath Keepers be on there? Again, you're doing that same thing that we have a problem with, and that's the whole point of why this memo is so stupid. It's ideologically driven.
That those groups or individuals are a substantive threat to America?
Look, I do think
Boogaloo Boys.
we have seen an uptick in far left violence. Part of that is due to what we call reciprocal radicalization. As the far right has grown in this country, and we can go back over the past few years and look at very violent attacks in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I join you today, at the Tree of Life Synagogue, at the Walmart in El Paso, at a supermarket in Buffalo, where a white supremacist targeted African Americans. There's been highly lethal right-wing attacks. Anytime you have a rise in the far right.
Have you seen the videos? Have you seen all these ones they just mentioned, Maverick? These weren't fights. These were attacks, murders. Did you see these ones?
Right? You're going to have a rise in the far left. And so we have seen an uptick in far left violence, and that uptick could continue, motivated by a range of factors, whether socioeconomic, anger over Gaza, or other issues. But on balance and in aggregate, far-right terrorism still poses a far more significant threat than the far left does. And so to focus on one over the other and not look across the ideological spectrum comes across as cherry-picking and politicizing counterterrorism rather than using intelligence and data-driven methods to deal with it.
Lastly, I couldn't help but notice, as you mentioned, that so many of the remedies here are...
Look, and we also shouldn't pretend that there's no far left-wing violence. There has been some. You mentioned Andy No there. Who's Jake Lang even has been assaulted. And I think we can't fall into the same trap, right? Of you see a Nazi get punched and you're like, okay, that's good. That Nazi got punched. At the same time, it's a crime. You can be a Nazi in this country. You're allowed to be a Nazi. You're allowed to openly and publicly shout your Nazi beliefs in this country without being assaulted. So yeah, you can point to those instances and you can say that's left-wing violence. That's fine. But again, and you've seen an uptick. There's an uptick in political violence, and frankly, that started with Trump. That started the first time Trump was elected. We had far less of these problems, and that's when the Proud Boys really took off. And Trump, for what I don't want to say like Trump told people to go be violent, but the violent people that were committing acts of violence on Trump's behalf, he was soft on, and he gave them cover. And they went and they tried to overthrow the Capitol, and he said, "Yeah, you're good. We'll just pardon those crimes." Yeah, both of those things happen. There's an uptick in left-wing violence, but there's just an uptick in political violence here. Perhaps the solution would be, one, stop fucking lying, politicians, and two, stop fanning the flames. And three, hold everybody who commits a violent act accountable.
Are militaristic and force-based, killing bad guys, so to speak. And no mention whatsoever of American soft power, which is...
Yeah, I'm with you. He said fight like hell, but I've had this debate a million times. If we're gonna use semantics and we're gonna take that part of the speech from Trump where he said fight like hell, then you have to take the whole speech and you have to find the peacefully and patriotically, and it's just not really worth like having that debate, right? Because he said two different things, and that's the crazy thing about Trump is he is on both sides of many positions, which makes it really, really hard in a debate setting to criticize him, because you could be like, here's what he said, here's when he said be violent, and they're like, well, here's when he said don't be violent, and then you don't hold him accountable for anything. Going to gloss over the summer of 2020? You're really going to gloss over the George Floyd? Well, we look at what were the? Give me some examples. I think it was the Boogaloo Boys who wound up being caught setting that church on fire. I think the summer of 2020 or the BLM rallies, I think the violence there was perpetrated by largely masked people claiming to be Antifa, and they were fighting against alt-righters. And everybody else was just there to march for the idea that black lives should matter as much as white lives. The overwhelming majority of people weren't there to be violent. Even some counter protesters weren't there to be violent, but the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, the Oath Keepers, and then those masked up Antifa people that brought weapons, they were there to fight. But most people weren't. Kyle Rittenhouse, yeah, thank you.
Been a bipartisan belief for a generation. Well, what do you make of that omission?
Well, I have to believe it was somewhat deliberate. If you look at the DOGE cuts to USAID and others, it really pulled the mat out from under our soft power efforts, including in sub-Saharan Africa. And so as we see a growing crisis in Mali with al-Qaeda-linked groups there, the lack of funding for things to help improve governance, to help deal with border security, to help deal with all of these issues that we know contribute to the structural conditions and the drivers of radicalization. None of that is present anymore. And so all we're left with is the kinetic option. But if we think back to the global war on terrorism, we deal with the old adage of, are we creating more terrorists than we're killing? And it becomes a game of whack-a-mole. We tried that for 2 decades. It didn't work. In fact, it backfired spectacularly.
Sorry, it was Ron. You can look this up yourself, but there's a Boogaloo boy charged in fire of Minneapolis police precinct. The police precinct, and then I'll find the church one. That was the Boogaloo boys. That wasn't Antifa. That wasn't BLM protesters. That was Boogaloo boys trying to frame them.
And unfortunately, this document seems to be heading back into that exact direction.
All right, that is Colin Clark of the Soufan Center. Colin, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Support journalists.
We've got a real problem with this administration. Our intelligence is partisan, exclusively partisan now. Rittenhouse didn't murder anybody. He could be protected himself. I mean, he definitely killed some people. He wasn't. He didn't need to. It was the Sacred Heart of Jesus Polish National Catholic Church on April 19th, 2021. Massive fire heavily gutted this century-old sanctuary. ATF and the Minneapolis Fire Department ruled the fire an act of arson. Authorities released surveillance footage of an unidentified person of interest, but no one's been caught. First Evangelical Lutheran Church. Where was it? Okay, I think I mixed up the church and the police station, because I think we don't have it doesn't look like we have a suspect in the church. Is that right? Does anybody know? Do I live there? No. You can only if you live there can you know. Even if you lived there, what would that change? That you saw people doing things? If you lived in Minneapolis and you saw the George Floyd protests, you would have to, if you were being honest, you would have to admit that almost everybody there didn't commit an act of violence. And a handful of people did. He did, that's true. Trump did encourage people to punch other people at his rallies. That's true. He told the police that if they slammed their head against the car, that he'd make sure that they were cleared. All right. I want to talk about more weaponized justice. James Comey went on on MS Now. This is the first interview I've seen from him. James Comey is, of course, being charged with threatening the president because he took a picture of some seashells that said 8647, which he later apologized for and took down and said, I didn't think of it as like, an attack or to harm the president, just get rid of him, like remove the president, which of course there's a process for that. It's called impeachment. We can do that. That would fit the definition of 86ing something.
Interview since he was indicted by the Trump Justice Department for a second time. Former director of the FBI, Jim Comey. His new book, Red Verdict, is his 4th novel. It's out tomorrow. I finished it this afternoon. We're going to talk about it. You dedicate it, though, to the men and women I just reported on, that the Washington Post reports on, the men and women who've either been purged from or who have left the Department of Justice.
Yeah, there's a lot of pain in the department right now. Good people sacrificing their careers to do the right thing. I'm inspired by that, but I feel awful that they have to do it. And there are so many other good ones hanging on, trying not to have to leave the department. It's a time of pain and loss for a lot of good people. That's why I talked about them in my dedication and the acknowledgments.
I think that's one of the most disheartening things is that the people being run out of the Department of Justice, whether it be the attorneys, which I think something like 3,700, something like that. They can't even get attorneys. And then these career FBI agents, it leaves us less secure. We can't prosecute as many people and we can't investigate as many crimes. That's the reality of this administration. Because it is so partisan, they have gutted the FBI and the Department of Justice, and they're not functioning very well.
What is your family's pain like right now?
Look, it's bad to be indicted. It's bad when someone you love is indicted, but they've kind of gotten used to the fact that because I've been a critic of Donald Trump, I'm a target. I'm sure John Brennan's family feels that way, Jim Clapper's family, and lots of others.
One other thing to remind you guys of, this is a registered Republican who was chosen by Donald Trump to lead the FBI. Multiple interviews with him. Trump chose him. This wasn't somebody, like, he was there before, but Trump chose him.
There's a cost to speaking up in this strange era, awful era we're in now. And I think they accept that. I think they're proud that I act the way I do. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to continue to speak about what I believe. But of course, it's a burden for a family. That to me is a part that I regret, but they're strong people.
You had other family members though serving in the department, your daughter and your son-in-law?
Right. My daughter was a superstar prosecutor in the Southern District of New York and was fired only because she has my last name.
Be cool with that? Just like, honestly, can we drop the partisan bullshit, the Trump bullshit? Like, we're just cool with the president having a beef with somebody's dad, so it just fires them. When he says she was a star, she was a star. She did great stuff. I think she prosecuted the Diddy trial. Is that right? Or was it Cosby? It was one of those. She was very well respected. Lost her job because Trump doesn't like her dad. Is that how we want to run our government?
That's stupid. That's immoral. That's illegal in my view, and painful. She'll be okay. I mean, she got a job at a law firm, and someday I hope she'll go back to the Department of Justice. My son-in-law, who was the deputy chief of national security at that Virginia U.S. Attorney's Office, quit the day they first indicted me. Also just a tragedy to have that apolitical talent leave the department. God willing, he'll be back someday, but it both tells you the quality of the people that this organization typically has and the cost with Donald Trump at the top.
Do you know Todd
More
Blank?
than anything, yeah, it's childish, but these are real people too. Now, James Comey has done well. He wrote a book, which did really well. It sounds like he's writing another book. It's also, if you want to be conspiratorial, you could probably make the argument that like Trump and Comey are in this together just like for drama. It's crazy that Trump indicted Comey right when his book was coming out. That's going to be huge for him. He's going to get a ton of press for this. His book is probably going to sell more copies. So you could make the argument that this is just deep state shit helping each other earn money. But it does cost James Comey money to hire representation. And all these people that Trump goes after, they're just regular people. They're not rich like him. He just wants to bankrupt them. He doesn't care that these charges are bullshit. Todd Blanche doesn't care that these charges are bullshit. They want to hurt them. They want to hurt them for simply investigating the president, for providing transparency. And where did MAGA go? How did you go from the lock her up crowd to when Trump comes into office, they're going to take all these corrupt people and they're going to investigate them and they're going to throw them into jail? And you didn't do any of that. But if people that Trump likes are being investigated, you just assume all those investigations are phony. What happened to you?
Did you ever run in the same SDNY circles?
I don't. I think he might have been a paralegal when.
Yeah, even you say like when you guys went after Peter Navarro, you guys, it wasn't us. It was the FBI. It was the Department of Justice. It was literally Republicans that went after Peter Navarro. And why? Because Peter Navarro broke the fucking law. He didn't have executive privilege. He didn't have the right to defy a subpoena. He claimed executive privilege and there was no claim there and he refused to testify, so he went to jail. Maybe he should have cooperated. You guys make victims out of people who refuse to follow the law so that Donald Trump stays out of trouble, and then you call them victims. It's the cultiest of cults.
I was the U.S. attorney there, but I don't know him. I'm not saying that to be facetious.
And if you don't want to call it a cult, call it the world's dumbest mob, where all the low-level people wind up going to prison and they never rat on the dude. And then there's this one guy committing all the crimes, getting all the benefits, and he never goes to prison, but everybody under him goes to prison. How many people have gone to prison now for Donald Trump, for refusing to tell the truth about Donald Trump? Dozens.
You started out as a paralegal, which is an important role, but you don't have much to do with the U.S. attorney.
I ask because I went back and looked, and Donald Trump first used Twitter to call for your prosecution in 2017 or 18. And some combination of Don McGahn, then the White House counsel, Jeff Sessions, then the U.S. attorney, Bill Barr, who came next. There was one guy in between. And then Pam Bondi, I guess, who allowed this to go forward, but only at great cost to that office, which was essentially hollowed out. The variable isn't Donald Trump's desire to see you prosecuted, it's Todd Blanche. And so I wonder if you think there's anything personal there.
I don't think so. I think it's just Donald Trump continuing to move through people until he finds those who will literally do whatever he says. Maybe he's found that with Mr. Blanche, maybe not. Maybe his standards will be too high, as apparently Pam Bondi's were, which is a bit of a shock.
Just saying something?
Yeah, and so she's apparently headed for some important private sector job we haven't heard about yet. That may be Mr. Blanche's future, or maybe not. I don't know. But Donald Trump has a bottomless desire to gain revenge against those who've criticized him. And I'm not going to stop criticizing him because I think that's required if you care about America. And so it will just keep going. If he gets rid of Blanche, he'll try to find someone else. Look, at the bottom of every barrel, there are still apples. And so he will find someone to do what he wants to do.
There's always a dipshit. There's always a dipshit for Donald Trump. He's got a cabinet full of them. I like that second explosive bullet. How is it that lefties are always either fucking spies or literally our spies? You got a mayor in California that was literally a CCP spy. True, I have that on the outline today. But do you recognize that when you say lefties are always spies and you had one example? Is there just one lefty? See the way that your mind works? You have an example of somebody doing something wrong, you apply it to all people on that side.
That's where we are with Todd Blanche, at the bottom of the barrel.
Only time will tell. I mean, Pam Bondi, I thought, was not a good fit for the role, and her standards were apparently too high. So we'll see.
What is it that you are accused of doing?
In the current indictment, making and communicating a threat to assassinate the President of the United States.
And what did you actually do? What is your defense?
I'm not going to talk about that because as I've said many times, I believe in the independent federal judiciary, and the court rules require that if you're participating in a criminal case, you don't talk about it outside of court. And so we'll have a lot to say in the courtroom, but I want to respect the rules and the court.
Then absent any specifics, I mean, he has said to my colleague, Kristen Welker, that they're not investigating anyone else who posted this message, 8647, just you. Were you aware?
Can any of you explain that part? All the people that did 8647. Nobody else is being investigated. If this is really about threatening the president, then why would it only be James Comey being investigated?
Aware that you were under investigation, or are you aware of what the other evidence is they have other than that message, which is on Amazon right now for sale?
Yeah, I hate to stiff arm you, but I'm going to do the same thing. It's very important that we respect and obey the rules of the federal court in North Carolina and everywhere, even if others don't. And so I'm not going to talk about that. Except to say, as I said earlier, I am not only not guilty, I am innocent, and we will pursue this fully.
The first time you were indicted, you released a video like that, and you, and I think you said it last time you were on this show, you talked about your faith in the independent judiciary. Do you think that is the only...
Fast Chase, let's clarify then. You said, I'm not that dumb to think an FBI director posting that is okay. Is it okay or is it against the law? Because that's what we're discussing here. If I was James Comey, would I have posted that picture? Absolutely not. Did it break the law? Also, no. See how you had to change the question though, and you guys always have to do this with Donald Trump. What you can't ever do is defend him on the merits of what's happening here. My question was, why isn't everybody being prosecuted that wrote the exact same thing? In this country, do laws apply differently to a former FBI director? Why would the law apply to him differently? Yes, thank you, Chris. He's moving the goalposts. Don't move the goalposts. Just engage honestly. Trump has created this environment with his supporters where nobody answers questions. Every single time one of you has the courage to come up here and talk, which is rare, you won't answer questions. You just change the question. Say it's a game for you. But I would like an answer from somebody. Why is it that if this is such a problem that he's the only one being prosecuted?
Only leg standing?
Yes. with the exception of something that John Brennan mentioned in your last segment, that there are good people holding the line in the intelligence community, in the law enforcement community, and among federal prosecutors at great risk to themselves. But because of the risk to themselves, it's not a reliable leg. The federal judges are a reliable leg. No matter who appointed them, they believe in something, and it's very different from the way that Donald Trump approaches justice.
Someone made the point when you said that the first time that a stool can't stand on one leg. I mean, how long can we balance on one leg as a country?
We're going to have to balance for another 2 years, and I think we can do it after 250 years of doing that. The genius of the founders.
Yeah, just the facts, man. My dad might not like me, but your dad does. A man can take a pounding. He can, boy, and he enjoys it too. He cries a little, but he says that they're tears of joy. So I might not have my dad, but I've got yours.
Design is that the federal judiciary really does stand apart. I've dealt with federal judges my whole career. There's a powerful culture that goes to bedrock there. They care about their reputation and reality to be people of integrity and people who wear a blindfold in deciding cases. And so it's a tough act to balance on one leg, but I believe the federal judges can. And we'll get another leg, I believe, in November. There'll be 2 legs on the stool after the coming wave, which I'm no expert, but I think that's coming. The American people feel this and have had enough of this.
Renee, you're asking us for the process of a law to run its course, to see what evidence there is and what they don't have, and then open my mouth? Okay, but we know the evidence that they have. We know that's what they have. If they have more, I'll gladly change my mind. But do you play by those same rules? Because every time Trump went to court, he lost. All 3 times he lost. And throughout those trials, I consistently said, we'll see. This looks bad. We'll see what the judge says. We'll see what the jury says. And then he lost. And then you guys are just like, no, that doesn't count. I'm tired of people handing out advice that will never take that fucking advice themselves. The amount of shit that you've accused people of just on this stream alone, Renee, every single day. It's crazy how much conservatives want the other side to like bite their tongue and just wait and see. And you were literally chanting, lock her up, for crimes that you couldn't explain that Hillary Clinton committed. You still talk about her 30,000 missing emails as if she's not allowed to delete her personal emails, or even that we had any right to view those emails. We had no right to view her personal emails, and you guys all called that a crime, and you wanted her strung up and hung. You don't get to pretend that you have morals only when it's time to defend Donald Trump. Your morals are not consistent on this. Your outrage is not consistent on this. None of you are. If you were consistent, you'd be forced to admit that Donald Trump was a criminal and that nobody who has gone against him has had criminal charges. None of them have stuck. How many times do we have to see this? They already tried to get James Comey once and it didn't happen. How many times do we have to see it before we can start to prejudge it? You guys prejudge everything, and then when the evidence comes out, you're like, no, Russian collusion was a hoax, except for there were 37 indictments. Trump's own campaign manager pled guilty. His national security advisor pled guilty. Russia absolutely worked with the Trump campaign to influence the 2016 election. That's been proven time and time again, and you still call that a hoax. So please don't ask us to like withhold judgment. When judgment shows up, you just deny reality anyways.
What is it like to see people who are your detractors, people like Jonathan Turley, defend you and basically denigrate the case that's been brought against you?
Makes you a little nervous.
Maverick, let's mute you today and let's see if you can find some courage today. I'll challenge anybody. Come up and let's look at the information on the Russia investigation, and you show me when it was proven to be a hoax. Do you know, like, that when you say it's been proven to be a hoax, you're citing Tulsi Gabbard. And even what Tulsi Gabbard is citing doesn't say that it was a hoax. You had the original investigation, then you had the Durham report. All of them confirmed that members of the Trump team, campaign team, absolutely worked with Russia. And they pled guilty to those crimes. Why did they plead guilty to those crimes if it was a hoax? What was the guilty plea for? Why did Paul Manafort plead guilty? Why did Michael Flynn plead guilty if it was such a hoax? Maverick, you want to come explain that?
I was sort of like, how bad is it that Jonathan Turley is now a Comey defender? But it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not sure what he means by crawling inside one of my shells or whatever, but I think that it's important that people speak in an honest, open way about these things. Again, I don't want to talk about my case. But they're chasing John Brennan just because he has spoken out and spoken the truth. I don't care where you are on the political spectrum. That should offend you, and you ought to stand your butt up and speak about it.
Why do you think people like Lisa Monaco and Merrick Garland stay quiet?
They threatened them. They told them to just plead that way or they'd lock them up. So then they plead guilty and they lock them up. For sure, Mark. This is how easy it is. God damn, I just wish I had an ounce of the loyalty that Donald Trump gets from you guys. Yeah, they pled guilty because they were scared. That's why. It's totally a hoax. No evidence. The evidence against them is overwhelming. Literally, Paul Manafort's job before he worked with Trump was working for the Russian government, trying to sow distrust in an election. He worked in Ukraine, and his job was to act as a puppet for the Russians to try and sow insurrection in Crimea to get the people of Crimea to try and leave Ukraine and join Russia. And then they propagandized MAGA. They literally, the shit that Paul Manafort was putting out then made its way to America to the point where MAGA still believes that Crimea wanted to be Russia and that Russia invaded Crimea so that to rescue those people. That was Paul Manafort's job before he ran Trump's campaign. He literally was on the payroll of the Russians to try and get another country to elect or vote to secede from Ukraine. And you don't think that Russia paid him to do the same thing here? No, that would never happen. That's what he's good at. He wasn't known for campaigns here. He wasn't like on the short list of people in this country who you would want to run your campaign. He was Russia's suggestion. You gotta try this. Gotta try this guy out. He's pretty good. Look what he did for us in Crimea. Yeah, but he was just scared. He didn't do anything wrong. He learned his lesson in Russia. He didn't even like the Russians. He came here and he worked for America first because Trump is the greatest. And then they just all tried to take him down because everybody has Trump derangement syndrome. That's legitimately your argument, which is crazy.
I don't know. I mean, I can't look inside someone else's life. I've not walked in their shoes at all. I think. But
or Chris Wray. I mean, we've walked exactly in his shoes. Why wouldn't it be helpful if he was out there as Chris Christie's former attorney, as a Republican president's handpicked replacement for you, defending the men and women of the Bureau?
Look, I would like to see it, but I don't know how he thinks about it. What I hope has not happened is that Donald Trump's aiming at people like me and Brennan and Clapper and others has chilled those people, made them afraid to speak. I hope we're not there because they strike me as people of character, but I can't judge them individually.
Well, without judging them, would it be helpful to our democracy if people who have held these jobs before were telling the American people how far from normal we are?
Yes. I think everybody ought to speak. Bill Barr ought to be on your show talking about the dangers he sees and that he thought that person should never be near the Oval Office again. And look what happened when we put him back. Everybody who has a voice ought to be speaking up. But again, I can't balance what they see risked by speaking up. I don't know what their family circumstances are or those sorts of things. I am going to continue to speak up because I have grandchildren, and someday they will be old enough to understand this time, and I want them
How will he loose if he's a fascist dictator? Fascist dictators eventually lose. You're welcome.
Know what Pop did during this period of time. I hope everybody feels that way.
You said this won't be the last. Do you think they're going to indict you again?
Also, he's done with elections. He can't run again, so I guess he won't lose. I feel like none of you understand anything about this country at all.
Oh, I don't. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think Donald Trump wakes up at 3 a.m. thinking about me. I do not. The reverse does not happen. But I'm sure that if this case falls apart, they'll come with something else. I'm going to have to deal with this, as I've told my family. They're going to have to deal with this as long as Donald Trump is in the White House thinking about me in the middle of the night.
Have you heard of other?
We had somebody who beat him. It was Joe Biden. Remember when Joe Biden beat him? Remember that? That sucks, you guys have nobody to beat him. Joe Biden beat him. No, that was stolen. It's so stupid even arguing with you. All right, let's talk about this piece of shit. We talked about this the other day, but Kevin, it's nice to see the folks of my fine state of Utah standing up to KevinOLeary. I showed this original clip, but here's just a short clip from More Perfect Union. If you remember, KevinOLeary, noted AI data center guy. I don't know if he has any expertise in this field whatsoever. Now is trying to build the world's largest data center in Utah. It will be massive, and the people of Utah are not happy about it. And there's a lot of reasons, and I think some of the reasons are not being reported. We'll get to that.
The Q&A is between us and you. False authority.
On Monday, hundreds of angry residents came out to express their opposition to KevinOLeary's proposed data center in Box Elder County, Utah, only to be told commissioners weren't taking comments.
Why won't they let people talk? Why won't they let us ask questions? From now on, I will tell you, you continue. I have law enforcement here who will remove you from the meeting.
Fed up with the resident uprising, the commissioners left the room to conduct the meeting virtually and promptly approved the project.
I would move for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion we approve Resolution 2612.
There's virtually no support for this. This is a city council paid off. And yes, a lot of these people aren't from Box Elder County. It's a small county. A lot of these people came in from Salt Lake City, but it matters, and we'll explain why it matters here in a minute. But again, why KevinOLeary is even part of this is very confusing. And a reminder to everybody, we're crowdfunded, so if you want to help us knock out the remaining balance of that gift goal, we've got about an hour and 40 minutes left. I appreciate your generosity so far. PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo are our preferred ways, as well as Super Chats. I'll read anything that you write. And then members-only event tomorrow night. Make sure you're a paid member on YouTube or Twitch if you want to join us to watch 3 more episodes of Company Retreat.
At 40,000 acres, it would be the largest data center in the world, consuming more power than the entire state of Utah.
I'm actually here to support good governance, which this wasn't. We actually have a 5-year review process for this kind of stuff in the past. This was pushed through in 5 months.
This data center would just mean
we'll explain it, Maverick. I'll explain what's wrong with this data center in a minute.
more suffering for me and everybody else that lives here while a couple of rich jerks line their pockets.
It's my understanding that the guy that is behind all of this is from Canada. I don't understand why Utah is letting a Canada company come in and take advantage of us.
The biggest concerns really are about water usage, broad environmental impacts, and then the fact that the state is basically giving an out-of-country developer a tax break. We're subsidizing corporate profit with public resources, and I'm just not okay with that.
They're going to poison our air, and they're going to create a heat island that's not going to be good for us either. We're already in the middle of a terrible drought.
Residents are also concerned that the data center could drain water from the Great Salt Lake, which is already suffering from declining water levels.
It's important that we place this within.
Despite declining water levels, the real fear with the Great Salt Lake, if the water levels get too low, is releasing toxic emissions and evaporation into the air, which could kill hundreds of thousands of people in Utah. Like it legitimately is to a stage now where if it gets too much lower, people will die. So let's just have people die for a fucking data center. Get bent dorks, mute get bent dorks for the rest of the live. You have to have more, you have to have better things to say.
The community, that we place it within the scientists who know how this will affect the Great Salt Lake, not in bureaucrats down at the Capitol.
You're right, Get Bent. You're not my bud. You're my bitch. And enjoy. If you had any courage at all, you would come up here and talk to me about it. But you are a coward who sits in the comments and tries to troll people. So go with and fucketh thyself.
Why do they think that they can do the studies afterwards when everybody else has to do studies beforehand?
We already have 53% of the lake bed exposed, and that lake bed is toxic.
They're using water for this system, water that we need in this state. I have survived for 68 years without AI. I have no need for AI.
This is not for the good of the people here. This is for the good of some out-of-town big shots who want to make themselves richer than they already are, even though they already have more money than they know what to do with, at our expense.
We are going to do something about it today, and we're going to do something about it tomorrow,
and we're going to do something about it every day until people realize that our communities matter more than corporate profit.
Let's give Bud a 5-minute timeout, too. Bud's getting a little cranky, too. Bud, go get yourself a Snickers. We'll see you in 5. All right, let's talk about this data center here. It is crazy to watch. Republicans will argue anything. This is a massive fucking data center. It will, one, pollute the air of the people in the surrounding areas. There's a lot of farmland there. This is a very quaint area. This is like conservative paradise. For all you conservative whites out there, this would be your favorite place on earth. It's very conservative, very white, very rural. And they don't want a massive data center coming in and sucking up their resources, especially the farmers that are there. We're gonna bankrupt farmers so that KevinOLeary can have a fucking data center. And you guys, because just opposition to me, just because you don't like me, you're like, why is everybody complaining about this? I don't know. I don't know why farmers would like to keep their career and their revenue streams. I don't know why they'd be into that. I guess. Fuck them, right? Fuck those farmers. O'Leary claims that this data center is going to be paid for. This is according to Luke James. Utah's Military Installation Development Authority on Friday approved a development agreement for a hyperscale data center campus in Box Elder County that could eventually consume 9 gigawatts of power, more than double the state's current average electricity use of 4 gigawatts. More than double the entire state. Project Dub Stratos is being developed by O'Leary Digital, the infrastructure arm of Shark Tank investor KevinOLeary, and would span 40,000 acres of private land plus 1,200 acres of military and state-owned property. This is a gift from the state. Why are we giving billionaire KevinOLeary access to 1,200 acres of military and state-owned property? What's the reason for that? Phase 1 alone calls for approximately 3 gigawatts of generation capacity. At full build-out, the campus would reach 9 gigawatts, all produced on-site through a connection to the Ruby Pipeline, a 680-mile interstate natural gas line that crosses northern Utah on its route from Wyoming to Oregon. MIDI Executive Director Paul Morris told county commissioners that the facility will not take one electron from the existing grid and could eventually feed surplus power back into it. This is some fuck shit. One, this is a pipeline for natural gas that they sell. So if you are taking up 3 gigawatts, between 3 gigawatts and 9 gigawatts, now 3 gigawatts is 75% of the total amount of energy used by the state in general, that creates scarcity. That means the cost will go up for people there in the state. That means natural gas will be more expensive. So you get worse air, you create more heat, and you raise everybody's gas prices. Cool. Want to learn more about this? Want to learn more about who's benefiting from this? The Ruby Pipeline is owned and operated by a group called Tallgrass Energy. They bought the 683-mile natural pipeline out of bankruptcy for $282 million in 2023. Cool. Who do you think owns them? They want to guess here? While this loads? Who do you think owns Tallgrass Energy? Is that not loading? Is my internet down? Oh, it actually pulled up there. Here's from their own page. Blackstone Infrastructure Partners enters into definitive agreement to acquire controlling interest in Tallgrass Energy. The same company that owns basically everything. It's just the billionaires buying up everything. And you guys are sitting here cheerleading that against the interests of conservatives in Utah, saying, we don't need this. We don't want this. We don't want our taxpayer money going towards this. We don't want our energy bills to skyrocket because of this. And when KevinO'Leary says that he's going to pump money back into it, that's some bullshit. When he says that we may put energy back into the grid, what he means is they're going to consume all this energy, and if there's leftover, they'll sell it back to the state of Utah for probably a profit. Why do you guys dick ride so hard for billionaires? What? Why? Paper mills use more water than data centers? I was unaware of that, but that makes sense. Why isn't O'Leary building his data center in Canada? Yeah. Because he doesn't have, the billionaires don't control the government in Canada the same way that they do here, especially this government. All right. I want to talk a little bit about KevinO'Leary here. Where's this one? He was on last night with CNN. And KevinO'Leary is just like every other billionaire. Really good on a mic by themselves, really bad when challenged. And I'm going to show a couple clips here. He's with Bakari Sellers. He's pushed a bunch by Bakari Sellers. And then, of course, he ends his segment on CNN by advocating that we take billions of dollars and bomb Muslims.
And I have to wrestle with the fact that we are going to be the first generation to actually leave this country worse than the one that we inherited. And I think for Black millennials, the progress that our parents and grandparents gave us, that we're watching being ripped away from us, is something that our generation is going to have to really wrestle with. There's a price that was paid for this right. There is a price that we uphold. And whether or not you value that, whether or not...
This hat. I mean, this guy is just, he's such a fucking shitbag. He's such a fucking scumbag, billionaire. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He's wearing a hat that says Utah Digital Security. Like he's securing Utah. Like he's doing something beneficial for the state of Utah. Fuck all these losers. Fuck everybody who has to advertise all the goddamn time. He's being handed a gift. Trump administration is just handing him gifts. This guy doesn't know a goddamn thing about data centers. He's the face of it. His job is to go out there and market it. And that's exactly what he's doing. This guy is out here shilling for billionaires. And because Bakari Sellers is on the other side of the aisle, you guys are just going to side with KevinO'Leary because he loves Trump.
You value that or not. There are people who bled, sweat, and died and were imprisoned for access to the ballot box. And what we're seeing throughout the South is that their voice, their vote, their representation, and people who have lived experiences to represent them are not being sent to Congress or where they need to go.
Well, this debate, by the way, is happening among the justices. If you look at the Louisiana decision, the conservatives are saying, we've made great progress. It's time to...
Tell me how KevinO'Leary is not a fucking loser. Tell me all about it, Christian conservatives. Tell me all about your fucking definition of success. Tell me more about your fucking Bible, should you? Tell me more about it. And then when it comes time to judge somebody, you're like, oh, he's the best because he has money. What doesn't he have? People in his life that care about him. Respect for anything other than the money that he makes. What does he have? What's he winning at in life so much? Just because he has a bunch of fucking money? It's wild to watch you guys. It is absolutely insane to watch you guys redefine like success and happiness as money. Yeah, he's a fucking loser. Who's his friend? I think he's a fucking loser. I don't think having billions of dollars makes you a winner in life. And yes, Amy Lynn, he's an absolute fucking parasite. Even on his own show, he's the last guy anybody wants to do a deal with. Why? Because they look at him as crooked. They don't trust him. He's a predator. I don't get how you guys espouse these beliefs so openly, and then you worship the worst people in this country. Nobody leeches off the government more than these billionaire fucks. We give so much more money to these people, and we just don't make them pay taxes. We're like, oh, it's fine.
Let go of this, of using racial discrimination.
And that's why I utilize the description of
and the liberal justices say exactly what you just said, Bakari, which is there's a history here that we're overlooking.
But Ellie, I mean, the 3 years have passed.
Yeah, there's some Democrat billionaires too. Fuck them too. Right? Fuck them too. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. I don't give a fuck what billionaires have to say. We do this thing in America. Like we weirdly define success, especially us men. Like, some of the people that we respect the most are just they're just criminals. Like, oh, they figured out a way. Yeah, they broke the law. They figured out a way to rig the system in their favor, and we call them heroes. And all along that way, as they rig the system in their favor, people struggle. People get hurt.
Since 2023 and 2026.
Exactly.
So
it's not that long.
All of a sudden, the country has made that much progress in 3 years.
That's the criticism of the majority. Look, there's a famous quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? When the Voting Rights Act.
No, they don't pay thousands of dollars in payroll tax every year. Their business does. The business pays payroll taxes. That's a business expense. And they earn that business off the backs of labor of other people. God damn, why so fucking cucky? Why so fucking cucky?
They shouldn't have to pay income taxes because they already pay taxes through their business.
Their business doesn't exist without the people they're paying, so there's a payroll tax. They don't have any money without paying payroll taxes and having employees. Sorry, they didn't do it on their own. The dick riding has to stop for these guys. Like, you're the one that gets hurt for that. Every one of you gets hurt by that. And if you don't think you're hurt by that, like, dig deeper. Maybe you're rich. Every Republican man that's here is rich. They always say that. They're rich. They're retired. They have 3 businesses. They're worth multi-millions of dollars, and they all think that they can become KevinOLeary at some point. But, like, are we struggling as a country? Do we have 60% of our country living paycheck to paycheck? Do we have record high levels of credit card debt? Is affordability at crisis mode right now? Yeah. And you don't think that the fact that 6 people hold like 50% of the wealth, you don't think that has anything to do with it? No, that can't be it. That definitely can't be it. You're tired of paying Social Security and Medicare tax? You're tired of SNAP benefits being abused, whatever it is that you're upset about? How about instead of billionaires and millionaires playing by different rules, how about they keep getting taxed? How about there's not a cutoff for them when they get to stop paying taxes? You don't have that. You're always paying your Medicare tax. You're always paying Medicaid. You're always paying Social Security. Not wealthy people. Remove that cap. Make them pay it the whole way. No, we can't do that. That's not fair. Billionaires aren't the problems. It's communist liberals. There's no communist liberals. Billionaires are not the problem. Billionaires are the evidence that our system is broken. We were going to have billionaires in this system. It's the sign of a really fucking shitty system. And you can't become a billionaire ethically. Name one ethical billionaire. Name one person who became a billionaire by just living their life ethically.
Okay.
Who should have retired?
Right, well, when the Voting Rights Act came up, when she was on the bench.
We do complain to Congress. We complain to Congress to try and fix these, and it's only progressive lefties that want to fix this. Conservatives are too busy sucking these guys' dicks. Moderate Republicans are too busy sucking these guys' dicks. And there's a handful of us out here who have progressive ideas, and we do petition Congress. And we do. It's part of the reason I do this show, is because we want to change people's minds and have them understand what the actual problem is. And what you're doing is you're watching, like you are paying money and openly hurting your own country so you can sit in the corner and watch Ted Cruz suck another billionaire dick. You're like, this is better for me. I would rather everybody struggle as long as I can sit in this corner and watch Tommy Tuberville do the Eiffel Tower with oil executives. You can say that, like, we should complain to Congress. We do. But you should stop dick riding for these people. You should stop celebrating them just, like, getting railed.
She said, the conservatives said, well, we've made great progress, so we don't need this anymore. She said, I'm paraphrasing, but she said, that's like getting rid of your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet.
Yes.
And the question is it still raining? Is it drizzling? Is it clear? People differ strongly on that.
And guess what? It can be clear one day and rain the next. And so
Sorry.
that's the
I got off subject a little bit to go after O'Leary. The reason I want to show O'Leary here is this is a cordial conversation. You can't deny that right now what Republicans are trying to do is strip the rights away, the voting rights away from black voters in all the Confederate states. They're absolutely doing it. In Memphis, they have divided up Memphis. If you live in Memphis and you want local representation, why does it make sense to take the majority of Memphis and break them up into segments and include rural areas? Rural areas require different representation than metropolitan areas. Just by nature of where they live, they should probably have different representation. So why are they breaking up Memphis? Well, because Memphis is a majority black and they vote Democrat. So you're stripping away. There's no argument against this. And KevinOLeary is going to do his best, but there's no argument against this. Why is it okay for districts to be 75%, 80%, 90% white, and nobody ever's like, we got to break that up? But if you get a district that's majority black, suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly it's racist. Suddenly we need to break it up. Can you guys think of like a majority white district recently that they've had to go in and break up? It's pure. You can call it racism, you can call it opportunism, whatever. Republicans know that they're going to have to cheat to win, and they know that they're not going to get anywhere near a majority of black voters, and so they're splitting that vote. And they're doing it in a way that doesn't make any fucking sense. They're doing it in a way that strips representation not only from black voters, but from metropolitan voters who need something different than rural voters. This is dumb in every sense of the word. Whether you want to call it, you can call it racist, you can call it dumb. I think that those are synonyms. I think that people who are racist, I think people who do racist things are just dumb. I think they're dumb and afraid. And like most dumb people, they're afraid. And that's what we have now. We got a party full of Republicans arguing that it's racist if black people have a majority in a district, but not if white people do.
And the crazy part is, go ahead.
I just want to point out the one person, one vote. I think, Bakari, us millennials will have to wrestle with how we're going to leave this earth, and I'm determined to leave it better than I found it. And I think that this decision...
Okay, Black Onyx, I'll stop this. Why do you support this change? You said you're black and you support this change. I'll respect that. You have a different viewpoint than me, different lived experience than me. Why do you support redistricting in Memphis specifically? Ready? Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded while I try and get somebody to engage. You can do Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Super Chats, and that's how we stay funded. Because race doesn't matter. No. I'm asking why you. No. Why do you support? Do you know what happened? I'm asking you why you support them breaking up this district. This district wasn't made on race. It's because the city of Memphis is majority black. It's not about the Republicans are who have made this about skin color. The Republicans are the ones who are saying this district is majority black. We need to introduce more whites. So are you telling me that like you support this, and you said as a black person you support this because race doesn't matter? It seems like race is all that matters right here. Could you explain that? Or are you just making shit up? Stockholm Syndrome, maybe. It's lazy thinking for sure. I see. This is what is frustrating about this chat. Is like we ask you a question and then you don't know. I don't think you know anything that's going on. I think you're playing identity politics right now.
Decision is actually going to open.
host thinks so since they're black, they have to vote Democrat. No, I don't think that. Republicans think that. That's why Republicans wanted to undo that district. Nobody said if you're black, you have to vote Democrat. They just happen to be black and they vote Democrat. Republicans are the ones that needed to split that up. Republicans are the ones who apparently think that if you're black, you can't, like, that you're going to vote Democrat. And Republicans have no way to win that over with their messaging, so they have to redistrict and silence that voice. If Republicans were confident, if Republicans thought they would represent black voters better, wouldn't they just go to those areas and campaign on ideas? It's the Republicans who are making this claim, not anybody else. Exactly. There's black Republicans. Most of the blacks I know are Republicans. Cool. Republicans don't think if you're black, you have, and Democrats don't, yeah. But they think that they will. They know, whatever you want to say, Callie, Republicans know that they can't win with messaging with black voters. So they have to go and they have to redistrict. Again, take skin color out of this. Why would you take rural voters and lump them in with metropolitan voters in Memphis? That doesn't make sense. You require different representation. What ideas do Democrats have to win voters? Not very many good ones. There's a handful of Democrats I think have good ideas, but that's a fair criticism. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about cheating. Why are they changing these lines? If this is not about skin color, why are Republicans changing it then? Use your own arguments against yourselves, please. Think about that. Who made the change? Was it Democrats or Republicans? It was Republicans. What did they do? They added more white voters. They split up a black vote. So who's making changes? Who's got ideas here? Democrats were just sitting there. They weren't doing anything. Republicans are the ones that came in and were like, oh, we need to break up this group of people. And they tell you, because we want to win. You can go watch the Tennessee state legislature, and when they're pressed on this, they're like, we want to win.
Open a rush to reevaluate a lot of things, like you say, are in the Constitution. Because right now you have a hat on that says Utah, and they have more representation in the Senate than the people actually in Alabama have
I
in
got
the
a
Senate.
situation in Utah going on.
I know that's not why you have the hat on.
No, I have
but
it on.
You have it on, and so there are states right now that have
supporting
two
the people of
senators.
Utah.
When we're sitting in a state right now that has more population than Utah multiplied by 10, and so if we really want to talk about,
I love Utah.
I'm talking about all the.
That's a good question. Four-wheel drive. Why is everything about the color of someone? Ask the Republicans. Stop asking us. Stop asking the people in Memphis. We didn't do anything. None of us did this. You guys did this. Why did you make this about the color of someone's skin? Don't ask us. We didn't do it.
States that have smaller populations. If we really want to talk about one person, one vote, and if we really want to go down a path to see what real franchise mean, you might have just opened a discussion that this country should be is timely to actually have.
Illusion said, MAGA, Trump will never choose you. Stop the clock. He doesn't choose you. All right, it gets a little further here. Then it gets a little heated between Bakari Sellers and KevinOLeary here. And let me just say, like, KevinOLeary, this is like, you'll see the inability for billionaires like KevinOLeary, who are used to just getting everything they want. They literally can't keep quiet. They literally can't function in society. They can't have conversations. KevinOLeary is incapable of sitting down with another human being and having a conversation without getting his panties in a twist and freaking the fuck out. This is the most insecure, unsure, awkward person you could put on TV, but because he's a billionaire, you just all pretend this is normal behavior. I want you to just notice when Bakari Sellers is talking here, and previous to this, KevinOLeary spoke for like 2 straight minutes, didn't get interrupted. But it is so uncomfortable watching any of these people try to interact like human beings because they're completely insulated. They live in a completely different reality. They don't give a fuck about you, and they don't understand the impact of what they do on regular people.
The problem with that sentiment.
Why am I blatantly? Yeah, no. What Joe Biden said when he said, "If you don't vote for me, you're not black." Whatever it was, that was really fucking stupid. I think it showed that there was some the way that he viewed black voters. I think perhaps if I was a black voter, I would say this guy's just using me for votes. I think that's a very fair criticism of Joe Biden. It's not only fucked up that he said it, and he apologized later, which I guess is good, but those words don't come out of your mouth if there isn't already a feeling in some way that you feel like they are obliged to vote for you, or that you have some sort of right to get their vote. I think it is very fair to criticize Joe Biden for that, to say that statement in and of itself was racist. Yeah, that was bad. But I don't think that's ignoring. Was that good for you? I said what Joe Biden said was racist. Now let's see if you guys can analyze things in the same way.
Is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay. You're
Very
70.
popular
You're
that
71.
Yeah.
Right. In 1954.
By the way, I'm a vampire. I'm never gonna die, so
during your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like 2 months old.
He's a lying motherfucker. He doesn't know any of this, and he can't stop himself from responding to everything because he's used to people letting him say and do whatever he wants.
But I'm not finished yet. Let me finish my thought.
Drill back to 54.
Yeah, because you're still alive, right? And so there's an entire generation of people. Brown v. Board, it overturned Plessy v. Ferguson of 1896. My point is that my mother was born in 1951. She desegregated schools. My father was shot in the civil rights movement. Those people. I'm going to finish because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
So I'm going to finish this comment. So what I'm telling you is that there are people in this country who fought, died, and bled for the right to vote. Don't be a dick. Just understand.
Bakari,
just
please.
I'm not
understand.
a dick. I'm pointing something out.
I mean, this is white fragility, and this is one of those things that white men specifically. Can we talk about this? Those of us who were raised conservatives, it's uncomfortable to be in Kevin O'Leary's position right now. It's uncomfortable to sit across somebody whose lived experience says, wherever you think we're at now, wherever you think we are, as far as like race relations and segregation. These people, like Bakari, I don't know how old Bakari Sellers is. Let's say he's around 40. His parents lived through segregation. He obviously at 40 years old, like he's dealt with a lot of racism in his life. Things have gotten in a lot of ways much, much better. But being the white person on the other end of that conversation can be uncomfortable because it's completely foreign to us. It's incredibly foreign for me to listen to somebody with a different experience. Anybody that has come here and looks not white, or somebody that has lived here in this country with an accent, that lived experience is very different. And it's uncomfortable because inherently, you know, just like I know, and whether you'll admit it or not, you know that the things that other folks have gone through will never have to go through. And when you're sitting in that uncomfortable setting, you have two choices. You can be quiet and you can listen and you can try and understand, or you can take Bakari Sellers' experience and the experience of his parents, who he's talking about right now, and you can take that as somehow an attack on you. And that's how most of you take it. If we have any discussion about the history of race relations or the history of civil rights, bitch-ass Republican men get so offended. You take it as an attack. If you weren't involved in perpetuating racism, great. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't change anything that they're saying. I don't know why we are so fragile as white men here, but we've got to be better than that. This is pathetic by Kevin O'Leary. And this is once again why I call him and all these other billionaires fucking losers, because they have a lot of money, but the one thing they can't do is take any sort of criticism or acknowledge that somebody lives in a reality outside of theirs. Because what they need to do in order for their fragile little egos to survive is they need to feel better than you. So when Kevin O'Leary, who has no experience in data centers, suddenly is able, through Blackstone and through his business connections, to build the biggest data center on earth, and because of his political connections, is able to go in and bribe a city council and then the state government to give him this project with no fucking experience. What Kevin O'Leary can't do to keep his fragile ego in place is acknowledge that this is him benefiting from a lifetime of one, first, white supremacy, two, white privilege, and now three, his proximity to power. And it's a lot easier in this country to get proximity to power if you are a rich white dude. That's just reality. Like, That's just true statistically. If you look at the richest people in this country, what do they have in common? The majority are white dudes. That's a real thing that all of them have to grapple with. And in order for them to not acknowledge that they didn't get where they are simply by all their own hard work, which is what they have to continue to tell themselves that while they step on the heads of the working class over and over, while they fuck people over and over again. KevinOLeary is famous for one thing and one thing only. None of you knew him till he went on Shark Tank and he started giving people really shitty fucking debt deals. Nobody wants to do Shark Tank deals with him because every time somebody comes with a good product and they're like, I want 10%, I'll give you 10% of my company for $100,000. He's like, I'd actually like to change that. I want 20%. I'm going to structure the investment as debt. So I'm going to give you $100,000. I get 20%. You're going to repay me that $100,000. And then I'm going to get a royalty on everything that you sell. And every time the sharks or the person with the idea looks at every other shark and is like, anybody? And the other sharks even tell him all the time, they're like, these are terrible deals. He's giving you a terrible deal. He's a predator. Because he's not somebody who has generated value for you. He's not somebody who makes the lives of American people better. He's somebody who steps on the heads of working class people who have good ideas, and he tries to suck every bit of capital out of their company, and then eventually that company either is a massive success or they fail, but he gets paid either way. And he's incapable right now of sitting through somebody sharing a lived experience that was different than him.
The Constitution's being upheld. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the Constitution of the United States of America?
Bakari, I'm going to stop you because I just want everybody to reset with a modicum of respect at this table. Please stop.
I want you to understand that there is a
Mr.
price.
To you,
there's a price that was paid for this right. There is a price that we uphold. And whether or not you value that, whether or not you value that or not.
Where are you going with this? Listen with your ears. He is so fragile. Bakari Sellers is just talking to him quietly. He did call him a dick. Politely. Just listen.
And whether or not you value that, whether or not you value that or not, there are people who bled, sweat, and died and were in prison for access to the ballot box. And what we're seeing throughout the South is that their voice, their vote, their representation, and people who have lived experiences to represent them are not being sent to Congress or where they need to go.
Yeah. What did you say? It's who said that? Blacks are done listening to white liberals. They should be. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not speaking for black people. I'm speaking as a white person. Okay, my lived experiences as a white dude. I'm speaking to other white dudes right now. I'm not asking or telling black people what to think or do or say. I'm talking to you bitch-ass white dudes. Let's be clear here. I'm speaking from my experience. I'm tired of being looped in with other bitch-ass white dudes who just sit, like, I mean, it's you every day. You sit in here and you cry.
You're talking bad about a politician that I like. Oh. Why are you so mean to these great billionaires?
Toughen the fuck up. Women don't need my voice to talk to you. Black voters don't need my voice to talk to you. Nobody needs my voice. I'm talking directly to you. If you're not a bitch-ass, fragile-ass white conservative, this message isn't for you. But if you are, I'm talking to you. And you're doing exactly what KevinOLeary did. Deflect, deflect, deflect. Get in your feelings. Attack me. Just sit with something uncomfortable for once in your fragile fucking lives. Because you will be a minority soon. And they're like, I get why you guys are afraid. I get it. You've never had to listen to anybody before. You've never not been in a part of a power structure where you get certain benefits just for looking a certain way. That's going to suck. And it's going to suck for one reason and one reason only. You've been raised as bitches. You've been raised fragile. It was probably your conservative dads who taught you to be fragile too. Probably your grandpa who freaked the fuck out when he had to share a drinking fountain with a black person. Probably your dad who sat through and watched 1990s basketball and was like, these shorts are too baggy. And then the 2000s came and they're like, Allen Iverson's a thug. He has tattoos and cornrows. You've been consistently offended by shit your entire life. You're the same people who spent, I even hesitate to bring it up, but you're the same people who, if I say the words Colin Kaepernick, you all get like fear boners and freak the fuck out. Your entire life has been spent crying about anybody holding white people accountable for anything. So yeah, you're not prepared for what's next. But I would recommend like preparing yourself for what's next. Because what's next isn't going to be good if you're just a whiny little bitch. And then everybody's going to talk about you. You'll be like, I don't have any upward mobility. And they're like, maybe you shouldn't be such a bitch about it, you know? I wasn't born with money. It's harder in this country to get a job as a white person. You guys are already doing it. Like, it's not even happened yet. Like, you haven't even become the minority yet, and you're still trying to write legislation about how fucking hard it is to be a white dude in America. The colleges are discriminating against us. No, you're fucking dumb. You're just fucking dumb, and they don't want you. They're taking people who have, like, real adversity in their life and overcome something, not spoon-fed Nepo babies. I deserve it because I'm white. You're not ready for this. You need to prepare. And these people that are leading you, they need to tell you about the future. And if you have kids, you need to explain to your kids what's coming for them. That they're going to have to toughen the fuck up. Because this fragile bitch shit that we've got going here in red states, that's not going to work very well. You're running out of time to turn things around. And we need you to be a little tougher. Especially you, bud. You might be the most fragile person that's ever entered my chat. All right. And then last here from KevinOLeary, just again showing the callous heartlessness of these billionaires and their lack of empathy and compassion for anybody who isn't them.
Strategies is to do further tenderization.
Hey, look, I'm not putting everybody in a box. If you are not a bitch-ass white conservative man who thinks that you're being discriminated against, I'm not talking to you. If you are just a regular white conservative man and you don't feel like the world is against you and that you're being picked on for your skin color, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to the bitches. Be clear on that.
On that is, don't kill people. Just tell them, look, you don't have any Air Force anymore. We're going to go in and take out bridge by bridge by bridge by bridge by bridge and just make it really friggin' miserable for your people until you come to the table, get rid of the nuke and the processed uranium and whatever that is.
No, I thought it was Utah Digital Security, Utah National Security. Yeah, his AI data center, privately owned AI data center, is for national security.
96 pounds, and you admit that you do not own the strait, and you let the people. Because, by the way, as I agree with Scott, when he gets to China,
Iran intentionally, that's inching very close to a war crime.
Why is that a war crime?
Also, they don't care.
Because you have to have a military rationale for attacking civilian infrastructure.
You're saying that they're bringing troops over these infrastructures?
Well, look, I'm just saying, you just said it.
It's 100% a war crime. 100% a war crime. Why is it a war crime? I feel like it shouldn't be a war crime. If their military drives over a bridge, we get to destroy that bridge. Now, dog, I'm not racist. I've made it very clear. I only dislike bitch-ass conservative white dudes. It's not white people in general.
Well, the point was to make life miserable for Iranians. That would not be a sufficient rationale for doing what
the problem with that, I fundamentally agree with you. We may have to go back in. Making life miserable for the people of Iran, that's what the regime already does.
Exactly.
They make their life miserable. I would just slightly modify the position to say we have to make life miserable for the regime.
Well,
and we did that with the layer that we already took out.
Causes huge headaches.
But that's the question: is can you do the military thing in a way that the regime? It's not tenable for the regime.
That's why I like
There's two ways to open the Strait of Hormuz. Murder a bunch of people in Iran or go home. Conservatives want to murder people. That's what they're saying. We have to make it miserable. We've got to murder people. While we're comparing, though, the regime in Iran, they consistently say this thing. Like the leadership in Iran doesn't care about their people. They don't care if their people are hurting for this war. Well, do our leaders care if we're hurting? Are our leaders protecting us? Did they care that Americans are struggling? Do they care that this month we're going to see more and more bankrupt people filing for bankruptcy? Do they care that people are going to be dipping into their savings? If they don't have savings, they're going to be dipping further into credit card debt. If they don't have credit cards, then they're just fucked. It's interesting how we can correctly identify that the people who were attacked and invaded don't care about their people. And then, fair enough, they don't always care about their people. But we attacked and invaded another country, and it's hurting all of us. And our leaders aren't doing anything about that. You can go home tomorrow, and it's over. Strait of Hormuz opens tomorrow. It's over. Turn around, go home. But conservatives, the fragility and the ego of these bitch-ass conservatives are like, well, we can't do that because then everybody might call us pussies. Yeah.
Problems, though.
Tenderizing is better. Don't kill people. Tenderize.
Well,
I don't know what that
means.
I've never heard of.
That's what we did with the school full of girls. We tenderized them. KevinOLeary is not a human. He has no idea what it's like to be a human being. All right, we're gonna get to Nick Shirley, and then we'll kick this off. But I first want to do this. I don't remember who sent this to me.
Still some good investigative.
Somebody sent this to me this morning on Discord. I don't remember who it was. It was. I'm gonna figure out. It was just R. So thank you for that. And said, maybe Josh Johnson watches the show. He's out here saying the same things you do. I just want to remind you of who Nick Shirley is. I'm going to let this play. Going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to watch, unfortunately, Nick Shirley. So MAGA men, get your lotion out. Everybody else, get out your favorite adult beverage or greenery. I'm going to play this. I'll be right back.
Journalism,
though. On Nick Shirley's part?
That's the guy that exposed everything in Minnesota, right?
I wouldn't say he exposed everything.
I mean, he did. Didn't he expose the whole Minnesota
fraud
case? Or am I confusing people?
No. Because I think you might be confusing the fact that in Minnesota, the stuff that he was talking about was already being investigated.
So he just amplified it.
He just amplified it. And he also incorrectly amplified it because this dude, because he's not a journalist, doesn't know like protocols, doesn't know what to do. So then this dude also just shows up at a daycare and it's like, let me in with a camera. It's like they were like, no. And they're like, well, you must be doing fraud. It's like, no, you are a grown man with a camera that wants to come in. Yeah. No, yeah. That's crazy.
That's an interesting one, though, because if there clearly was something going on there that was wrong. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know who hipped him to it or why he did what he did. But what if he heard about it just being in Minnesota and decided to be vigilante?
I think you, once again, this is like where journalism comes into play, and like, do you cite your sources? Do you get background on people? Do you ask the right questions so that you're not, when you are an independent creator and you're just over here trying to get clicks, you're trying to get clicks. So you ask questions that are going to lead to clicks. You're not necessarily asking questions that get down to the truth of the matter.
He didn't do any investigation.
How come so many of our comedians are so much more informed than everybody else who does this for a living? Dolphin said, I've dealt with bullies like MAGA my whole life. My brother basically raised me anytime I got hurt in any way. He said, be a man, walk it out. So MAGA, be a man, walk it out.
I don't think he did any investigation, and I also think that like he knows what he's doing. Even as someone who seems very dumb, he also knows what he's doing. Like a dumb bully can also be smart about bullying. Some people just have a talent for certain things, right?
Damien, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. And Nasri said it's not a war crime because I'm white, and Michael Jackson was an ethical billionaire. Stop it right now. Don't do that.
And so when I look at Nick Shirley, I'm like, whether he is right about the next story he engages or not, it's how he goes about it. Mm-hmm. And it's also who he does it to, because it's not true. Journalism is supposed to be journalism across the board. If your journalism is only finding where the fraud is in any brown or black skinned community so that you can perpetuate so you can
can you guys point to a place where Nick Shirley has went where he wasn't perpetuating stereotypes? He lives in a state that abuses SSRIs at, I think, one of the highest rates. He lives in a state with a massively exploding unhoused population. He's a member of a church who has been caught covering up thousands and thousands of child sex abuse cases, had to pay out hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements. Church that he's a member of, they got caught not paying taxes, using the structure of the church to shield themselves from paying taxes that they should have paid. Does he ever go there? Nah, he wouldn't go there, right? He just wants to perpetuate the stereotypes. Jamar said, the only fear boner I get is when my wife pulls out her whip.
Perpetuate a narrative that all black and brown people are scammers. You look at crack versus cocaine, right? And if we as a country really cared about people doing illicit drugs, why didn't we raid clubs? Why didn't we raid Studio 54? Why don't we raid people on Wall Street? Why don't we raid? We know to keep going to the places where the crack is, never where the cocaine is, right?
Thanks, Belinda.
And that's the sort of like classic Nick Shirley. That's Nick Shirley before Nick Shirley. That's a dude out here, all right, I see these people as villains. So it doesn't even matter that right behind Nick Shirley in a suburban community, you might have all the white collar fraud that you could make content out of for 10 years. We're not going to cover that because that's my neighbor. He's not a criminal. It's these people over here.
His mom was, I think, convicted of fraud. Kelly said, thanks for all the info you work to give us. I appreciate that. Reminder, guys, we've got about an hour, 55 minutes left. I'll try and get through the whole Nick Shirley thing, so I'll try not to interrupt too much. But if you could help us knock out that gift goal, it would be greatly appreciated. PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal are the preferred ways as they take less of a percentage, but we also do super chats. And then make sure that you are subscribed as a paid member if you want to join us for the movie night tomorrow night. And if you don't want to hear from Jen, we could do a dollar train and knock that shit out in a hurry. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $25 over on Venmo. Love you.
That I got to drive to that are different than me that must be the criminals.
We know it's real, right? Because we know 78 people have been charged, 60 convicted or pled guilty. So when you know that, does the intention...
Jacques, RTP keeps saying that we're not tough, we're a bunch of pussies. Meanwhile, you're the ones who want everybody in safe spaces. I've never advocated for a safe space. This isn't a safe space. I talk shit to you every fucking day. But you guys are legislating safe spaces because you can't handle black voters voting not for Republicans. You are the biggest bunch of pussies I've ever seen in your life. Your fucking life. Your entire ideology. The Republican Party is one big bitch fest saying we need a safe space. Well, the trans people, they can't be near us. Gay people, they can't be near us. Immigrants, they can't be near us. Black people, they can't be near us. Poor people, they can't be near us. Your entire ideology is give me a safe space or I'm going to cry like a little bitch. You are the epitome of safe space bitch assery, and you're here every day and you refuse to leave your safe space in the chat and come up here and talk to me because I think you know what everybody else knows here. You're too goddamn dumb to string together sentences that make any fucking sense. So you sit in the comments and you write out goddamn bumper stickers, you bitch. Yes, I'm calling you all pussies in your own safe spaces. I'm calling you bitches. 100%. There is no group of bitches more bitchy than Republican, white, conservative, Christian men. You are the bitchiest of bitches. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Do we understand that now? Are we on the same page? Why don't you sit in the chat for another 3 weeks?
Or the why he may have done it or the how he did it, does that matter?
I do think the how matters because I think the how is the difference between a journalist and between like a troll. Do you know what I mean? Like, because Nick Shirley did not lead to all those convictions. Nick Shirley did not like to me. Nick Shirley is like someone who will go somewhere with a microphone already following a narrative and a story that they've established ahead of time. Nick Shirley himself is really, I can't imagine him ever going to a place and being like, oh, actually, y'all, the Haitians weren't eating the chickens. They weren't. You know what? I'm sorry. That's my bad.
It was the dogs,
I went
not
to
the chickens.
Oh yeah.
The chickens are fine.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying, biting the head off, because the dog and cat thing led to so many other like weird fringe things that people were saying. They were like, oh, they're doing blood rituals with chickens and stuff.
These safe spaces, like. You guys got afraid that Haitian immigrants were going to eat your pets. That was a real thing that you were really afraid of that definitely wasn't happening, and you all got afraid of it.
They're going to eat our pets.
They weren't. There was one story of a lady who said They took her cat and ate it, and her evidence was that they had a barbecue and her cat was missing, and it was like national news, and you all ran with it. And 3 days later, she found her cat in the basement, alive. She just locked her cat in the basement, and it was a story. The president, or I guess the current president, and at the time candidate Trump, was on the campaign trail lying to you that they were eating your pets, and you were all so afraid that they were going to come and eat your pets. Yes, you live in a consistent safe space where like you're afraid perhaps more than anything of reality.
That like whatever. Like Nick Shirley's not going to go to that community and then put cameras in people's faces and ask trolley type questions and then be like, y'all, I did my investigating. Turns out I was just being racist. That's my bad. Like that's never going to happen. There may be something that is happening that we can't, no one's trying to deny is happening. But before you align yourself with the narrative that someone is building, I think it's just important to investigate it, the person and why they're building that narrative. You know, like you will not see Nick Shirley cover a bunch of
these three are shopping for matching Subarus. That's true. We're all going to get matching Subarus, Outbacks, the van, or I mean the wagon where the back gate opens up, and then we're all going to go camping together, and we're going to pull up and we're going to park right next to each other, and we're going to raise the back of our Subaru Outbacks up, and we're going to take turns leaning your dad over and giving him the business, and your dad's going to thank us for it. That's true.
The sort of rise of Nazism in ICE, let's say.
Yeah, I get
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's like, all right, so even if he covers something and he's completely right about it, let's see what this intention is, because I think that also the intention can be backtracked to like, what is he right about? So basically, he showed up late to a story. That's actually what happened. This thing was already going through the proper channels of the American justice system, and this kid shows up late.
Called tailgating? Sorry, we call it running a train. Sorry, maybe that's called tailgating.
And then blows up the thing more. Like
he amplified it to reinforce the narrative.
Exactly. And it's like, but the narrative isn't, there was some fraud, we investigated, we found it, and the people are being held accountable.
Somali Americans.
The Somali Americans are stealing billions of your. Actually, you know why the price of bread went up? Somali Americans. You know why the price of gas is up? It's not Strait of Hormuz. It's not, no, Somali Americans. And so it's like, I think you just have to track that stuff. And I wish I could even articulate it a little bit better than I am now of like how important it is to track how narrative building happens, you know, because Nick Shirley isn't someone at the cutting edge. Nick Shirley is someone who shows up after the fact to like amplify the aspect of the racist thing that's true to make the whole.
Nick Shirley is the epitome of white privilege. He is one of the dumbest human beings ever to be successful in journalism. He literally shows up with none of his own research. He runs around chasing cars and goes, "Ooh, that looks expensive." And then he gets millions of views. And then he gets interviewed, and every time he gets interviewed, it's exposed that he's a fucking idiot. Nobody has ever failed upwards quicker than Nick Shirley. It's remarkable.
Whole racist narrative looked true.
Yeah, because now he's saying he's being held hostage in Cuba.
This dude said he was being held hostage in Cuba in a hotel that he's not even supposed to be. Like, the Cubans don't care. But on America's side, we're like, don't give them money by staying at this hotel or whatever, right? And so it's like, you're saying you're being held hostage in Cuba. And like, how are you being held hostage? How'd you get to Cuba again? And what were you trying to cover in Cuba? What? Help me understand, because you're not.
We're gonna find out why he's being held hostage in Cuba, and we'll move. I was gonna show you Candace Owens. You can just look at it yourself. She also is making fun of Nick Shirley. She doesn't believe any of this.
What
shit.
percentage of people do you think are?
And honestly, you shouldn't believe any of this stuff Nick Shirley's saying, because it's staged. He's a propagandist, and also he doesn't say anything. What we're going to see here, and I'll try not to interrupt too much, but Nick Shirley is obviously in a staged environment here. This is obviously all scripted, and what you're going to find is that nobody's going to give him anything concrete whatsoever. And at the end of this, I promise he still doesn't know what communism is. And we may have to explain that to some of you who are here. The fact that Cuba exists and is a country is all the evidence that you need that they are not communist. If Cuba is a country, they are not communist, because you can't be a country and be communist. You can have people who are communists who run the country, who their ideology is communism, but while the country exists, they are not communist. Just like you can have a Christian run a country, that doesn't mean the country is Christian. That just means the leadership has an ideology where they believe in Christianity. There we go. And then just a reminder, we'll probably go a little bit over today. I have some time, some wiggle room between when I have to pick up my daughter and the end of the show. But if you could help us knock out that gift goal, that'd be greatly appreciated. I will update that here in just a second. What the fuck are you saying? It's been communist for 60 years. What the fuck I'm saying is you don't know what communism is. What the fuck I'm saying is that you listen to people who say communist Cuba, and that's as far as your research goes. Communism is stateless, classless, and moneyless, meaning you can't have a government in communism. You can't have currency in communism, and you can't have a class system in communism. And the criticisms of Cuba are that they have a corrupt government, which can't exist under communism, that they have a class system, which doesn't exist under communism, and that their currency is manipulated, which also doesn't occur under communism. So you just have to be able to read and not be the type of person who hears people say they've been communist for 60 years, and that's all you need. That's bullshit. Okay, we're going to do this. We're really going to do this. We're going to look up the definition of communism. Want to do this? Communism is a political and economic ideology aiming for a classless, stateless society based on common ownership of the means of production.
Google says they are.
No, Google would say that the Communist Party runs the country, just like in China, which is also not communist. China is capitalist. They have a mixed economy, just like Cuba, just like the United States. None of them are communist. There you go. Woke facts. Yeah. All right, here's Nick.
Suffering here.
Oh, did we mute Bud? I want to make sure Bud is muted for this. Bud can only speak through super chats during this, so that we don't have to watch him fillet Nick Shirley.
La mayoría.
Sounds like the definition of the Democratic Party. You think the Democratic Party is classless, stateless, and based on the common ownership of the means of production. That would be news to a lot of Democrats. And from our commie friends here, they would be pumped about that.
What's your thoughts on communism? ¿Qué piensa de comunismo?
De lo más malo que ha existido en la vida ha sido el comunismo. Porque realmente ninguno es comunista.
None of the gas stations.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Communism is the worst thing because in reality, no one is a communist. Oh shit, it's fake. The first thing he did was play a clip of them saying, we're not communists.
Are even in operation right now because there's quite literally no gas.
And we stand out like sore thumbs here, so they're wondering why we're here with cameras, interviewing people. They want to know what's happening and what people are saying. That's why people are not talking to us much.
They're asking why are we trying to leave the hotel early.
They want to talk to us.
Cuba right now is facing one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world. Cuba's government is a one-party communist-ruled country, and they are facing...
I just want you guys to see something real quick that Ramboni just did. Ramboni's a liar. And Ramboni, you're getting 5 minutes for lying. Ramboni said, yes, Cuba is an officially communist state governed by a one-party system led by the Communist Party of Cuba, the PCC. The 2019 Constitution defines the nation. And he said, I used Google AI. I used Google AI, and you tell me what he just did here. It's officially a socialist state. What did he say? Cuba is a communist state. It is a socialist state. Socialism and communism are different things. Yes, the AI overview says it's a communist country, but it says it's officially a socialist state governed by a single party, the Communist Party of Cuba. The word for word, he changed the word socialist to communist. Not communist. Socialist, sure. You can call them socialist all you want.
Massive food shortages, daily blackouts, and a lack of medicine, and right now a US blockade is restricting oil and gas from coming inside of the country. With communism and socialism on the rise in the West, I wanted to see what life in communism is really like firsthand, as Cuba has been living underneath communism for over 60 years.
Incorrect. Nick Shirley is off to a wild start. has not yet identified what communism is, and this isn't a communist country.
I completed all required documents and had received a visa.
No matter what it is, it's a shithole. Okay, let's talk about this during this video. Let's talk about, as Nick unravels this with his terrific investigative journalism, let's figure out if he can tell us what happened in Cuba. I haven't watched this yet, by the way.
For journalistic activity. However, once I landed, all my camera gear was seized, and within 24 hours, I was planning my escape out of Cuba after their intelligence followed me all day and a 2-star general came searching for me at the hotel. Now let's go see the reality of Cuba and eventually plan our escape out of Cuba.
Where are the people at? ¿Dónde está la gente? No hay nadie aquí en la calle, no hay nadie aquí en estas casas. ¿Dónde está la gente?
The problem is that there's no gasoline. It's not easy to move anyway.
Why is there no gasoline? Is it because they're communist, or is it because the United States won't let anybody sell them gasoline, oil? How can you blame the Cubans for us not allowing anybody to sell them oil? Do you see how dumb you have to be to listen to Nick Shirley? You just have to not ask any questions. Ask one follow-up question. Why is there no oil? Is it because their communist government is hoarding it? No. It's because nobody is allowed to sell them oil because we want to ruin their country, because we want whoever the next president is to do whatever we want them to do. We just want to rule the world, so we fuck up countries who don't want to do what we want them to do.
We have a lot of limitation for work.
None of the gas stations are even in operation right now because there's quite literally no gas. When the United States captured Maduro, their main supplier of gas and oil was shut off. So the country right now has hardly any gas, and if you do want to get gas, you have to wait in a line from the government. The guy that we're in our taxi with right now, he said his position...
So we did that. Good, Nick.
Get gas is $1,200 in line, and gas from the government costs around $1. But gas, if you were to buy it on the black market, costs $10 per liter. That's $40 per gallon if you were to buy gas here in Cuba. Before they captured Maduro, was there gasoline in the gas stations?
Always. It was easy. Nowadays it's really bad. But it was easy to...
There's the fragility of these conservative men. We'll get you a ticket and you can go live with them. Nobody's asking to live with them. We're covering Nick's journalism. And this is why, again, I'm just going to point out, you are the most fragile fucking bitches. We're fact-checking Nick Shirley, and it makes you so mad. And you don't have a response for any of this. So you're just like, you go live there. I don't accept that people criticize the people that I support. I just want everything spoon-fed to me, and anybody who disagrees should just move out of this country. You cry baby bitches. Me and Nick are from the same place. Okay, we had the same religion. We had the same upbringing. There's no excuse for him to be this goddamn dumb. None.
Get gasoline.
And for you
every day you can go to the gasoline station and buy it normally. It was normal. But nowadays, it's really bad.
¿Y cómo está sobreviviendo la gente aquí en Cuba?
Just imagine the reality of it with 1,000...
All right, Leon, if you're not fragile, from now on, respond to my criticisms directly and engage like a human being instead of just like telling me to go somewhere. If I'm getting something wrong, just show me what I'm getting wrong. I'm happy to engage with all of you, but it seems like what you do is you just come here and call names. I want to talk to some of you. I wish any of you had any courage. You don't. But if you're not fragile, then start engaging with what we're talking about.
Sacrifices and 1,000...
Oh, Nick knows Spanish because he went on a Spanish-speaking LDS mission. So 2 years, they teach you the language of wherever you're going. I can't remember where he went, but he spoke Spanish on his mission, so that's why he speaks Spanish.
In daily struggles. The average Cuban citizen is the one really going through absolute hell here in this country.
It's so interesting being here in Cuba because everything is just like empty. It's almost very like North Korea-like. When you come into a massive plaza, there's not even cars. Like, listen, right now you can't even hear a car in sight. And they have all of this.
Yeah, because there's no gasoline. You can't. God, he's dumb. Oh, fuck.
Portraits of people and past leaders of Cuba, yet there's hardly anyone even here. It's very strange here. They're saying that
this is a parking lot. What is this journalism?
Even more quiet than during COVID, during the pandemic. Less people are even leaving the streets than during the pandemic. That's how bad the crisis is right now. And the Cuban people simply just don't have money, and they also just do not have the resources like gasoline to be able to go out and continue their normal lives right now.
Why don't they have money? They can't export anything. Why don't they have gasoline? We won't let it into their country. We're literally starving these people to death. And Nick is going in there and blaming them. I can't believe you guys are starving. What's your problem? It must be your political ideology and not the United States starving you to death.
A nearby hospital, and from this moment on, we noticed we were being followed by Cuban police and their intelligence after the word got out I was asking people about communism. Inside of a communist country, there's no such thing as freedom of speech or freedom of the press. In fact, if you speak out against the current regime or against communism...
Bitch, you are from another fucking country, filming as press. What is he talking? He's doing freedom of press. He's just over there doing freedom of press right now.
Your neighbor can then report you to an area inside of the neighborhood where the government or the police will then come after you, and you have the risk of being imprisoned for speaking out against the regime.
And
that's also happening in the United States, so that's pretty cool.
Reality of living inside of communism. ¿Qué es la realidad de vivir en comunismo?
If this guy was a member of the Democrat Party, if he was a content creator on the left, he would get no views because he's too fucking stupid, low IQ voter, and your name is perfect. Nick Shirley wouldn't have a place over here because he's fucking dumb. He's not saying anything. If I said things as dumb as this, my audience would all run. He panders to a very uneducated, feelings-based audience.
Todo, son jefe todo.
El gobierno.
Sí, así que funciona.
Hay mucha gente que está muriendo por el comunismo.
Por eso mismo, porque no hay pastillas, no hay nada para darle a la gente.
It will be your last.
Are they dying because of the communism? Yeah, there's no medicine. Oh, so they're dying because there's no medicine. Why is there no medicine? Well, we can't import any medicine. Why can't you import medicine? Because the United States has blockaded us from getting anything from anyone ever. But it's the communism, right? Yeah, for sure. It's the communism.
Message to the people about living life in communism.
Bueno, el último mensaje que daré es que lo más malo que hay aquí en Cuba es el comunismo, que viven todo en comunismo. Eso es lo más malo que hay aquí en Cuba ahora mismo, el comunismo.
¿Y qué piensa ahora de su propio presidente, Canal?
Bueno, yo pienso que no tiene la capacidad para ser presidente, porque nos estamos muriendo de hambre. Si no trabajamos, nos morimos de hambre.
And do you believe that it's the responsibility of the government to give food to the people? ¿Crees que es la responsabilidad del gobierno para dar comida a la gente?
Sí, porque son los jefes, tienen que abastecer al pueblo.
¿Qué piensa de lo que está haciendo?
No pushback there, Nick? I think Nick's political ideology is that it's not the responsibility of the government.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ivory. He's leading all the questions with his narrative. Yeah.
Con el aceite y con la gasolina, como no está dejando gasolina para entrar. See, like people are very scared to answer and even give questions and responses here because of communism. And because when you say communism...
Where's the subtitles? Who speaks Spanish? Is somebody that speaks Spanish? Can you tell me what this man said? I'm almost certain that's not what he said.
Aceite con la gasolina, como no está dejando gasolina para entrar. See, like people are very scared to answer and even give questions and responses here because
Can anybody help us on that? Anybody help us what he said? James, you said, what's your point? Why won't you answer me? What's wrong with what he's doing and pointing out the obvious? James, he's not pointing out the obvious. He's lying. What's wrong with what he's doing is that he's one, he's incorrectly identifying communism. Two, he's incorrectly identifying what the problem is in Cuba. And three, he's specifically only goes after black and brown people. Always. Always, always, always. He's just ideologically driven and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Couldn't hear it clear enough. My Spanish is rusty. Anybody? So do I want Cuba to continue pressing its people? I think you mean oppressing its people. We're the ones that are oppressing them, James. We are the oppressor of Cuba. You're too dumb to figure this out too. This is why Nick Shirley works for you. Nick Shirley has now confirmed like 10 different times that the reason they don't have gas and food and medicine is because the United States has an embargo against them and they have no access to that.
We are starving them, literally starving them. I have a problem with us oppressing the Cuban people. We are the oppressors.
Do you want to rewind and
Yeah.
see if you can?
Try it one more time.
Gasolina, como no está dejando gasolina para entrar. See, like people are very scared to answer and even give questions and responses here because of communism.
He said, if you want to respond, do it. And Nick says they're scared because of communism. Jesus Christ.
And because when you say communism, when they say that they control the food or they control the jobs, they also control the freedom of press here. So a lot of people aren't used to talking on camera. And ¿qué piensa eso de
Que se singa ahí a Canel.
James, this is your last chance. You can't get everything wrong. Cuba is not communist. Nobody's supporting communism here. You're too dumb for this. You got to start asking better questions, bud.
Security had noticed that 2 random individuals had appeared while we were doing these interviews.
He was asking about gas? Okay.
Decided it was time to leave.
So what happened while we were conducting some of those interviews?
Right now, while we were finishing one of the interviews, some undercover cops, you could just tell they're undercover cops. They came out of nowhere. They got on better used phones than the average person.
You could just tell they're undercover cops. All right.
Here, and they were right away communicating with each other, and they were trying to corner us out, so that's why we had to get out of there.
Okay, that's multiple people have said. What the guy said is, if you want to respond to him, go ahead and do it yourself. And Nick Shirley said they're afraid to speak because of communism. So Nick Shirley, they just caught in a lie right there. Notice that Nick Shirley used subtitles with what everybody was saying except for that part. That's some pretty deceptive editing. How come there's subtitles on everything that they're saying in Spanish except for when the guy said, if you want to respond, go ahead, and Nick said, oh, they're afraid to speak because of communism. That's just straight up lying.
So you do have government spies going around making sure that certain things aren't said.
Of course, and we stand out like sore thumbs here, so they're wondering why we're here with cameras, interviewing people. They want to know what's happening and what people are saying. That's why people are not talking to us much.
And it's also, you don't ever see any videos come out of Cuba.
That's 100% why
we see videos coming out of Cuba all the time. Happens all the time. Ryan Grimm and Hassan were just there, and we saw videos coming out of Cuba. We see it all the time. You can go to Cuba. You can go visit Cuba if you want to. That's how, you know how we know that? Because Nick Shirley's in Cuba. You can do all that.
You don't see videos come out of Cuba. It's very limited, the videos that you see come out of Cuba, because they control everything.
We headed into downtown Havana with the hopes that we'd shake off the 2 spies that were telling us. And I want you to notice the pure decay here.
Notice never showed us the 2 spies. Susan said, great show today as always. Thank you, Susan. W in the chat for Susan for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Jacob said, fuck Nick Shirley. Say that for me, please. You got it. Fuck Nick Shirley.
Streets and the buildings look like they're about to fall apart, and this is due to 50 years of no innovation inside of a communist country. We then went into one of the local markets to exchange some cash for some Cuban pesos.
And here in Cuba, their inflation has hit really hard here, so their peso does not really go that far, so the dollar does go a lot farther here. In fact, the average salary of someone here for the month is $14 USD. So right now we're exchanging here on the streets of Cuba, and you get a lot better price for your dollar versus if you were to do it at the airport here in Cuba. How would you say life is here in Cuba?
Yeah, that's just the case with any country you go to that kind of shop around for the exchange rate. I go to Mexico regularly. There's places I go to get a little bit better exchange rate, and it's not the airport.
Cuba. La situación está mala. What do you think is going to happen with the future of Cuba?
Ustedes que vengan para acá.
¿Crees que los Estados Unidos van a tomar Cuba?
Claro que sí. Claro, tú ven para acá.
¿Y te gustaría que los Estados Unidos toman Cuba?
Claro que sí.
¿Y por qué?
Porque que vengan, esto aquí está malo. Claro, para trabajar con ustedes.
What's your opinion about communism?
El comunismo es malo.
And why is it bad? ¿Por qué está mal?
Está malo, no hay comida aquí.
¿Qué fue el cambio después de Maduro?
Again, what's your opinion on communism? It's bad. Why? There's no food here. Why is there no food there? Because the United States won't allow food to come in there. The opinion of this gentleman here doesn't matter. None of this matters. Nick's already given the game away early. They don't have food, medicine, and gas because we won't let them have food, medicine, and gas. You have to be an absolute fucking dipshit to believe that this is like anything Nick has shown here is the fault of anything else outside of the United States. Natalie said Nick epitomizes the Republican Party. Yeah, stupid and confident. Curious Red Monster said, walk around any U.S. city filming people. Cops show up. True.
Capturado. Yeah, they can't talk about it. It's kind of interesting asking about these political situations that you could talk about in the United States completely freely, but a lot of people...
No, so he said, sell punk. I said he's a punk bitch made ass. Can't say that.
are timid, and you have to respect that because you don't want to put them in a bad situation. But people are very timid to talk about stuff politically here in the streets of Cuba.
Yes, I am dismissing the Cuban man's lived experience when it comes to communism because he has not lived communism. He has lived in a country that is not communist and is being hit with sanctions by the United States his entire life. So yes, his experience is fine. His analysis of what caused his lived experience is incorrect because it's not communism that caused this.
Look at this one. You have coming down the street right here. This is just normal here in Cuba. It's kind of weird. The reason for the old cars here in Cuba is because in 1959 is when communism took effect, and the United States then later put an embargo on Cuba, which stopped new companies from working with Cuba. So all they had left was cars from the 1950s and earlier. Innovation
Okay, so it looks like the reason they don't have updated cars is also because of the United States. Cool.
Not to take place in communism because there's no incentive for an entrepreneur to go out and create something because he'll receive no benefit because the state or the country, the government controls what goes in and out. And
Ramboni, you got to be quiet. You already lost this one. It's not communist. It's not communist. I'm tired of all of you. This is just cognitive dissonance. It's not communist. It can't be. There's a government there. If a government exists, it can't be communist. That's just the definition. Those are just the rules. The only reason you guys are still saying communist is because this dumb motherfucker is saying communist. And the dumb motherfuckers that you vote for keep saying communist. So no matter how many times you look up the definition of communism and you see that means there can be, he was just exchanging currency, Ramboni. He was exchanging currency, which doesn't exist in communism. I don't understand any of you. You will go down with the ship to never admit that you were wrong. This is so fucking easy. This whole video is just shown that the United States caused all of these problems and not communism, and your dumbass is still here trying to convince us that this is communism.
Also, how much money you take from that underneath communism. So it completely kills entrepreneurship, which then kills innovation, and then you come up with a stagnant society like this one here in Cuba, where they have not developed any much further than since around the 1950s. All these buildings here are still standing from the 1950s, but they have not innovated, or there's nothing new here inside of this.
Yeah, because they can't. They have innovated in some things. I think, don't they have one of the highest literacy rates? Medicine has advanced. I think medicine, we get a ton of medical advancement out of Cuba, but we keep starving them of money. We don't allow them to innovate because they are a tiny island, and we've sequestered them from the world. It's so dumb. If they had capitalism this entire time, but with the same sanctions, they'd be fucked. They'd be probably in a worse position. It's what we did that keeps them here. It's not their and I mean, look here. If we're going to say that this is communist means that everybody collectively owns everything. Does everybody collectively own the cars here? Does everybody collectively own the stores? Does the government own all of this stuff? No, they don't. So that also isn't communism. Nick made a mistake and he went and stayed at a hotel that was owned by the Cuban government. But you're told if you come from America, you have to go to one of the hotels that isn't owned by the Cuban government. That's part of the rules. Our government sets rules on where you can stay if you go on vacation to Cuba. Did you know that?
Country. It's actually kind of sad to see.
This man right here will explain just how dangerous...
Oh, that's such a great point. Thank you so much. Who said that?
Mirna said, M said, Tim, North Korea calls itself democratic. Are they democratic? Would we consider North Korea democratic? No. Would it be listed as their official their official party? Yes. Do they identify as democratic? Yes. Do they fit that definition? No.
It is to speak out against communism inside of a communist country.
How's life in communism? ¿Qué es la realidad? What's the reality of it?
El comunismo. Ya. Esa parte ahí no te puedo contestar esa parte porque no sé qué decirte.
La gente aquí, the people here, no pueden hablar sobre el comunismo o hablar en contra del gobierno.
Aquí tú hablas en contra del comunismo.
Actually, it seems like all of them can speak against communism. There's been multiple people who've spoken out against communism. This doesn't seem to be true.
Y te meten preso. Te desaparecen. Lo que pasa es que la gente tiene miedo.
Did you say communism?
Vaya, no sé qué decirte.
La gente aquí, the people here, no pueden hablar.
Well, somebody just, anybody who speaks Spanish, will you tell me if he says what Nick Shirley says that he says here?
Sobre el comunismo o hablar en contra del gobierno.
Aquí tú hablas en contra del comunismo y te meten preso. Te desaparecen. Lo que pasa es que la gente tiene miedo a hablar. ¿Me entiendes? Pero aquí tú hablas y te desapareces.
So if you speak bad about communism here in Cuba, you'll be taken to
prison. Is that what he said? Anybody that speaks Spanish confirm that that's what he said? It's close? Okay.
And you'll just disappear.
Te pueden meter días preso. ¿Me entiendes? Te dan golpe y todo.
¿Es imposible para hablar sobre comunismo?
No tengo nada que decir.
Okay. Yeah, this is what's super interesting about talking about communism. They cannot speak bad about communism here inside of Cuba.
And because of the lack of oil inside the country, there's constant blackouts that are taking place each and every single day inside of Cuba. It's even affecting the education of the children. In fact, right now, inside of Cuba, the main university, the university that Fidel Castro attended, is currently shut down. And so right now, the children and the university students of Cuba are having a hard time getting education.
This is the National University of Cuba. I mean, this is a huge stadium they have, tons of seats, a track, and a football pitch, but it's all just has not been maintained whatsoever. Just the vents are all rusting and eroding.
Can we just point out here that we started this show today by covering the new threat assessment from our government, where they are labeling you a threat to our country if you support communism. So while Nick Shirley is saying that the government threatens people who speak poorly about communism, which is true, they do have really strict laws in Cuba where if you speak out or defame the government, or because the Communist Party is like the supreme party, you can go to jail for speaking out against them. That is true. Our government is actively trying to create those same type of laws here.
Aquí en Cuba, how's life here in Cuba?
Más o menos, no tan bien. Hay problemas de transporte y eso, pero.
What would you say the biggest problem is? ¿Qué diría que es el problema más grande?
MT said, because you were so good. Thanks, Jen. Appreciate that.
Para un joven.
El problema grande que hay en Cuba aquí es la luz.
La luz. ¿Cuántas veces al día se cortan la luz? How many times a day do they cut out the lights?
Casi todos los días, de cualquier hora.
Why? Why do they cut the lights? Because they don't have energy. Why don't they have energy? Because they have embargoes against them. Why do they have embargoes against them? Because we're afraid of the word communism.
Yeah, how do you live through that as a young child? ¿Cómo se vive eso mientras que está un joven?
Chris said, how's he filming if they took all his cameras? That was, I think it's after that he claims they take the cameras.
Muy bien. El tema de la luz, además el estudio y todo.
Nick Shirley needs some imposter syndrome. Sarah says, fuck Nick Shirley and bag of cucks. Thank you.
So the lights are affecting your entire life. Entonces los luces están afectando toda tu vida.
Cuando viene, a veces no viene más hasta por la mañana, o lo quitan general en Cuba entera. Y bueno.
We left the university and did the most touristy thing we could do, and that was to hop into a 1950 Chevrolet and tour the city of Havana.
Chevrolet.
I don't say Chevrolet. That sounds gay. That's French. ET as an A is French. French is gay. Chevrolet.
With one of the local guides. We did this in the hopes that we would have less people following us. However, it just brought even more attention to us when we got back to the hotel.
And how come
Yeah, bitch, you're in a convertible with cameras. I can't believe people were paying attention to you. How did that happen?
you guys still use old cars from the 1950s?
Porque estos son coches tradicionales antes del triunfo de la revolución. Coches del 50, del 59 y quedó de patrimonio de la humanidad y trabajamos para una agencia del gobierno.
So you guys work for the government still?
Del gobierno. Trabajamos para el gobierno.
And this is kind of a random question, but do you know what a Tesla is? ¿Sabe qué es una Tesla?
No.
Oh shit, Nick Shirley almost got halfway through his video without sucking Elon Musk's dick.
No.
No.
¿Nunca he escuchado de un auto que se llama un Tesla?
No.
No. BMW?
Tampoco.
Right now on Poly Market, there's a 45% chance that there's a
Now
class.
he's got his sponsor. He's sponsored by Polymarket. He's putting his sponsorship in here. He's talking to the people of Cuba about how Americans are so fucking psycho that they're betting on whether or not we will have a military clash with Cuba. He is in an impoverished country where people are dying, and he's like, did you know in America you can bet on this? Did you know you can bet on if we will fuck you up? Cool.
Between the U.S. military and the Cuban military, do you think there will be a clash with the two militaries in 2026?
Bueno, eso es lo que pensamos muchos cubanos. Eso es lo que pensamos muchos cubanos porque queremos la mejoría de nuestro país. Para los niños en las escuelas, los hospitales, las casas, los barrios humildes, que tengan una mejoría, ¿me entiendes?
So do you think it would be good if there was some intervention between the two militaries?
Sí, pienso que sí.
What do you mean between the two militaries? Nobody's fighting right now. There is no intervention between the two militaries. There's nothing happening. What does Nick think is happening currently? Does he think we're at war with Cuba?
Pienso que sí. Nosotros lo que queremos es tener la tranquilidad.
¿Qué piensa pasaría? What do you think would happen in that war?
Bueno, no pienso que sea una guerra en total. Pienso que sea una mejoría para el pueblo. Para el pueblo, que es lo que queremos, una mejoría.
Because what's happened here in Cuba has not been good for the general public.
No está pasando bien. No está pasando, no la estamos pasando bien. No es normal que tengamos muchos problemas económicos.
And what do the people of Cuba think about Donald Trump and Marco Rubio?
Bueno, no te puedo decir exactamente qué piensan las personas porque cada cual tiene sus distintos pensamientos. Pero bueno, si es para bien para el pueblo y para nosotros los cubanos, que para bien sea.
You think it's necessary for change to happen?
They don't know. Like, I guess if it's good, it'll be good. They don't know. This is the way that I mean, I can understand these folks here in Cuba who are struggling and saying the United States is just going to strangle us to death. So if we can come up with some sort of treaty to the United States and they get rid of all these embargoes, then so be it. I understand the people's perspective here. And from their perspective, it must seem also like their government is unwilling to budge, and that's fair. I think that this largely happens when you have a government who controls everything. But what if we just stopped fucking with them? What if we just let them operate as an independent country and then see what happens? It seems like every problem they've brought up is us fucking them over. Is there anything in Cuba that you can blame? Anything that they've shown today? The gas prices, the cars that are old, the currency being devalued. Is any of that because of communism? Can you tie any of that to communism outside of the United States saying communism bad, so we're going to put embargoes on you?
En Cuba, ¿cree que es necesario que hay cambios aquí?
Sí, pienso que sí. Pienso que sí, muchos años, no sé, y todo el pueblo quiere que cambie la cosa.
And what would you say the reality of communism is?
Bueno, la realidad del comunismo, unos sí, otros no. Y pienso que el comunismo...
Boom. He's showing you, look, what's the reality with communism?
Años, no sé, y todo el pueblo quiere que cambie la cosa.
And what would you say the reality of communism is?
Bueno, la realidad del comunismo...
The reality of communism is one is high and the other isn't. Again, everybody who disagrees, if you go look up the definition of communism, there is no class system. There is no money. So this isn't communism then, is it? Again, they're talking about the people with all the money. That means it's not communism. It's people who call themselves communists not practicing communism. Exactly like people brought up before with North Korea calling themselves democratic. And the reason that we're stuck on this, and the reason the conservative bros here in the chat are so stuck on this, is you want to keep justifying our treatment of Cuba. And if you can label them as communist, therefore evil, just like you do with like Muslim countries, if you can label them radical, if you can take anti-fascists and say that we are terrorists, if you can label somebody as something that isn't worthy or isn't on the same level as you, then you can justify any sort of mistreatment. That's why I keep harping on the communist thing here. I'm not a communist. I'm not in favor of communism. I don't think communism works on any large scale, even in a country as small as Cuba. I don't think communism works. There's always going to be somebody who wants power, and if there is no power structure to oppose those who seek power, it's really easy for one group of people to take power. So just to be clear, not a communist, not a socialist, not a capitalist. I'm not defending it. What we need to look at with Cuba is that while people like Nick Shirley and our government consistently tell you this is about communism, it clearly fucking isn't. It's about control, and it's about the United States believing that we are allowed to have control over these countries, and we can use the word communism to scare lazy thinkers, conservatives, into justifying the mistreatment of these people. You're so riled up by the word communism that if they say it, you're like, those people now are subhuman. We can starve them to death. For the record, children are dying in Cuba. There are horrific stories of, as you get these power outages, nurses running through the hospital with batteries to hook up life support, because they never know when these blackouts and brownouts are going to happen. And so they're literally running through hospitals to keep people alive, and it's not working. People are dying. We are starving people to death. We are making it so they don't have power, and people who desperately need power to stay alive are dying. And you justify it because you have been propagandized your entire life to believe communism evil, communism bad. And you don't know the definition of communism. All you have to do is like what, who was it that Ramboni keeps saying, like he keeps pointing to this definition of like, is Cuba a communist state? They call themselves a communist state because most people in the world, by the way, Ramboni, believe in self-identity and self-expression, which is why like I don't have a problem when somebody is born with genitals opposite of how they feel, identifying as a different gender. I don't have a problem with that. You can identify however the fuck you want, right? You're not comfortable with that. But if we're supposed to be afraid of communism, what communism actually is, then Cuba doesn't fit that. So we have to look at Cuba for what Cuba is. What is the problem with Cuba? And the idea that conservative Americans give a single solitary fuck about Cubans is laughable. You all sat around and jacked off while we cut USAID. And you all celebrate like we can't pay other people's bills. We can't feed other people in other countries. You don't give a fuck about these people. But on top of that, their struggle is actually caused by us. We are hurting them for no other reason other than we expect them to be subservient. And so this is what propaganda gets you in the United States. It gets you a lot of people who are comfortable with cruelty and with hurting people who have done nothing wrong. These folks that Nick Shirley's talking to, they have done nothing wrong. Why is the conclusion not, America, we should do better? We shouldn't be starving these people. We should allow them to run the government how they choose. And if they want to get rid of their leaders, then they can get rid of their leaders. But we don't need to starve them to death. We don't need sick people and children dying just to prove that communism is bad.
Unos sí, otros no. Y pienso que el comunismo sea todos iguales. No unos sí y otros no. Tiene que ser todo parejo.
And it's not like that. No es así.
Y no es así.
Right now, they say 7 out of 10 people here in Cuba are going without their necessary meals here. Would you say that's true?
Es real, es real. Ahora mismo tenemos muchos problemas con el alimento. El aceite, el arroz, los frijoles, la carne, el pollo. Muchos problemas. Todo se está yendo para las pymes y todo el mundo no tiene la misma posibilidad.
Thanks, Alyssa.
De presupuesto para poder comprar los alimentos.
And was this happening before the blockade, or is this just now happening?
Sí, pienso que sí.
So it's not new that this is happening?
No es nuevo.
For how many years have the people of Cuba been suffering?
Bueno, pienso que hace rato ya, pienso que hace tiempo ya que el pueblo está sufriendo por el tema del alimento y muchas cosas que el pueblo sufre, que no se expresa porque tenemos miedo de la libertad.
Yeah, lots of people. Yeah, good point. How many people in the United States are going hungry? You got people going hungry? Why don't we just stop using our influence to fuck over Cuba and focus on the people here? Let Cuba take care of Cuba.
De expresión, porque algunas veces podemos expresar algo que no nos puedan entender y nos perjudica, ¿me entiendes? Por eso es que hay muchas personas que no hablan.
And that's something I have noticed when we have been talking to people is a lot of people are scared to talk about the current.
No, Travis, we're starving them. We don't allow imports to Cuba. We don't allow exports. So they can't export their goods and make money, and they can't import the things that they need to survive because they are a tiny island. They don't have access to everything. Yes, we are starving them. And you're exactly like, this is a perfect example. You're like, it's the communist regime. They're just so propaganda laced. You have to say communist. It is embedded in you that communist evil. So you don't have to understand anything at all. Just put the word communist before it, and then it's evil. It's why none of you understand a goddamn thing about China.
Situation here.
You can't name one communist or socialist country where people are free or have a strong economy. There's 0 communist countries in the world. If you want to look at China, though, China has a very strong economy. Chinese people are free. Their speech is more limited than here. How about all of Scandinavia? Call those countries socialist? These people are free. What do you mean by free?
Cuba because of communism, essentially.
Hay muchas personas que no quieren expresar lo que sienten.
They can't say whatever they want. We can't say whatever we want here either. There's limits, right? I'd say that we probably have more freedoms than they have. Not if Trump gets his way, though.
Porque tienen miedo a cualquier tipo de situación, a que puedan ir presos, a que le puedan quitar las casas, a muchas cosas como ha pasado, que hay personas que han expresado lo que sienten y han tenido problemas con el gobierno.
And how much does it cost?
Yes, I am doing the no true Scotsman argument for communism. You're fucking right, I am, Jacob. Because and the reason that I have to do that is because people are blaming communism for the results of embargoes. That's the point, Jacob. None of these issues are because of communism unless it's because they call themselves communists and the United States doesn't like that, so we slap embargoes on them. Yeah, I'm absolutely doing the no true Scotsman argument. Because nothing they've showed in this video is the result of communism.
Right now for gas.
Ahora tenemos $10 un litro de gasolina. Y la estamos comprando en mercado negro.
And how much?
Ahora mira, no hay gasolina en ningún cupé. Por eso que ha subido los impuestos y ha subido todo por el tema del petróleo y la gasolina.
What would be your message to all the people in the world about what's actually happening here in Cuba?
Queremos una mejoría. Necesitamos una mejoría. Para que el pueblo esté bien.
And this is where things began to get really weird. As we arrived back to the hotel, this man began following us. He was all alone and he kept moving as we moved. Security noticed him telling us. We played it cool and left the hotel a few hours later, and after one interview on the street, we caught the web of spies following and monitoring everything I was doing as this man exposed the raw reality of Cuba unfiltered.
What happens at nighttime here in Cuba? ¿Qué pasa aquí en la noche?
En la noche tú la ves vacía, que no hay nada. No hay nada.
There's nothing.
No hay diversión, no hay nada, no hay luz, no hay agua, no hay nada. No hay comida, no hay medicamento, no hay nada. Yo no sé hasta cuándo vamos a seguir así.
Would you like the United States to come in and have military intervention here?
Claro, para salir de esta situación. Por supuesto. Para salir de esta historia.
What is the situation right now?
Que no hay nada.
Yeah. Would you like America? Why doesn't he ask two questions? Why not say, would you like us to come intervene? Or what if we just dropped all the sanctions? What if we got rid of all the blockades? What would you prefer? Would you prefer the military to come in here and take over? Or would you prefer that we just get rid of all the blockades? How come he hasn't asked one person if the United States should just drop all the blockades?
No tenemos luz, no tenemos comida, no
Thomas
tenemos
said, thanks for the daily cuck shaming. No shame. No kink shaming here.
medicamento, no tenemos la primera necesidad de un hospital. No hay nada, no tenemos nada. No hay un ser humano que pueda vivir así. Es demasiado.
And what would be your message to the rest of the world about the realities of what's happening here in Cuba? ¿Cuál sería su mensaje a todo el mundo de la realidad de lo que está pasando aquí en Cuba?
Te estoy diciendo cuál es la verdad. El que te diga algo que no sea lo que yo te estoy diciendo es porque tiene miedo. Pero es lo que está pasando todo el mundo. Mira esa vieja a mí. ¿Dónde está? Con el perro pidiendo comida. Mírala ahí. A todo el mundo. Que no tiene acá. Mírala ahí.
We're going to talk about people begging for money. That does happen here, in all fairness. Were we communists? Is that how that happened?
Mírala ahí. Mira ahí. Mírala ahí. Pregúntale ahí.
Hola, señora.
Explícale a él todo lo que tú estás pasando.
No, pero no sin video.
Sí, la gente no quiere. The people do not want to be on video.
Ese es el problema, que la gente no quiere en video. Porque la meten presa. Ese es el problema.
Can't they get other countries to sidestep our embargo? No, because then we slap sanctions on those countries too. I mean, obviously, Russia has worked with them. Venezuela was working with them. What did we do to Venezuela? We went and we kidnapped the leader of their government. Yeah, we attack anybody who tries to help Cuba.
El problema es que nos meten preso cuando salgan por video. Si ahora tú publicas ese video, si tú publicas ese video, yo voy preso.
Vamos preso.
Preso. Vamos por eso.
What's your thoughts on communism? ¿Qué piensa de comunismo?
Lo más malo que ha existido en la vida. De lo más malo que ha existido en la vida ha sido el comunismo. Porque realmente ninguno es comunista.
What do you mean by that? Ninguna
Lo que
es
hacen
comunista.
es enriquecerse y explotar al pueblo. Es lo único que hacen.
What was that? None of them are communist? Oh, weird. They get rich and do what?
Lo más malo que ha existido en la vida. De lo más malo que ha existido en la vida ha sido el comunismo. Porque realmente ninguno es comunista.
What do you mean by that? Ninguna
Lo
es
que hacen
comunista.
es enriquecerse y explotar al pueblo. Es lo único que hacen.
How would you get rich and exploit people under communism if there's no class system and no money? Oh, it seems like what often gets confused for communism is somebody saying, I'm a communist. Somebody going in front of their people and saying, we are going to live under communism. It's going to be great and wonderful and perfect. And once they get in power, they never practice communism. They just immediately hoard all the money and then let poor people starve. Same thing we do with capitalism here. Like that's why capitalism is destroying our country. It's crony capitalism now. It's not real free market capitalism. It's a rigged system now. You can't compete with Amazon. You can't go out and create a car and compete with the big car manufacturers. We don't have true like free market capitalism here. Why not? Because it was bastardized. And we call it capitalism. You can call it whatever you want, but is it? No. There's principles. These are all economic theories. Matthew, you've said a million times I'm uneducated. Come up here and talk to me. I've seen that comment a million times. Add something to the conversation, would you? What am I uneducated about, Matthew? There's no private ownership in Cuba? Let's see. Yes, Cuba recognizes private property under its 2019 constitution. Oh, whoops. Guess there is private property. Whoops. I'm going to try again.
Matthew, you want to fix this for us? Let's keep going about communism here.
Eso para ti como no hay ninguna comunista, como que
No, porque no hay, eso no existe. El comunismo es la igualdad del hombre por el hombre, aquí eso no existe.
Oh, this guy's saying exactly what I've said the whole time. Matthew, he must be uneducated about it too. I'm Cuban. You act as if Cuba is not communism. Do you know how people get to U.S.? Not through communism or capital. Why is this guy saying it's not communism? You can be, by the way, Matthew, you can be Cuban and dumb, just so you know. Like, you can be Cuban and not know what communism is. Living in a country that obviously isn't communist by the definitions, that calls themselves communist and isn't communist, means that you're just like the dipshits here in America that think like communism has no real definition. If you ship something to Cuba, what happens to the supplies? I assume they're confiscated.
Aquí eso no existe. Todos ellos son los que tienen todo.
And
ellos tienen luz.
I'm taking what he's saying out of context. He's saying exactly what I'm saying. He's saying that this is not, that the ideals of communism is that everybody will collectively work together and everybody will have what they need. But the government didn't practice those ideals of communism. What they did instead is hoard all of the money. That's what I said. I am white. I wouldn't call myself a grifter, but thank you.
Ellos tienen los mejores carros del año pisteando. Ellos tienen petróleo, ellos tienen gasolina, tienen todo. Y el pueblo no tiene nada. Y las mayores bipimis son de ellos.
¿Y por qué piensa que gente defiende el comunismo cuando...
Yes, I am again going to dismiss another person's lived experience. You can have a lived experience and not understand what words mean. Lived experience does not give you permission to change the definition of words or political theory or economic theory. You can live under... If I lived under capitalism and I was like, capitalism means that you pay with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and you have to wear sweatpants. Because every day I paid for things with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and wore sweatpants. That wouldn't be the definition of capitalism. That would be my lived experience, and that would be nonsense to take somebody's lived experience and ignore the definition.
Visto que no funciona.
No funciona. El que defiende el comunismo, nada más que tiene que ser la familia Castro, o alguien que le tenga miedo, o alguien que vive del gobierno, que se enriquece de esa dictadura.
And right now in the United States, a lot of people think that communism and socialism is the way to go. What would be your message to them? Because they think capitalism has failed them. Mucha gente en los Estados Unidos ahora creen que comunismo...
Who thinks that? Multiple. Who's a prominent communist? And capitalism has failed us. It's true. It's just like verifiably true.
Y socialismo es la manera de donde deberíamos ir.
No.
Porque,
eso es lo peor.
¿Qué sería su mensaje a ellos?
Lo peor que existiera, lo peor que tú puedas hacer en la vida es pasar al socialismo, al comunismo, porque es la gran mierda. No existe el que te vea la miseria, la obstinación.
Robert, I'm not explaining what happens in Cuba. I'm explaining the definition of communism. It doesn't matter where you live. The definition of communism is the definition of communism. Stop trying to play identity politics. Now you're using somebody else's identity to play identity politics with me. You guys are the most fragile, dumb motherfuckers. Every time you get something wrong, you're like, but he's Cuban. It's not fair for you to do. That's not even how we do identity politics over here. Lived experience is like your experience living as that person. You don't get to redefine words because of your lived experience. Right? This is a theory. It's an economic theory. And it requires no class system, no currency, and no government. So if you have all of those things, then it is not communism. And your lived experience is nonsense.
Al hambre, a la hostigación, a todo. Fíjate que nada de lo que tú puedas, nada del salario, nada más te alcanza para comprar una botella de aceite. ¿Cómo tú crees que tú puedes vivir así? ¿Cómo tú puedes vivir con una libreta de razonamiento que nada más que te dan Doc
says it may be a waste of breath trying to get these idiots to understand what words mean. Yeah, but like that's just their ego. There's other people that listen, and when we correct these facts, they learn stuff. Yes, the idiots don't ever learn anything. That doesn't change, but other people do. Javon proudly says he's a communist. That's true. Javon's a communist. I think Sean is also a communist, I believe.
y ya, y cada 15, cada 4, 6 meses, 7 años, te dan una posta de pollo o un huevo. El huevo no viene hace un año.
But Maverick, you would have to use that. You said, I guess I'm going to use that same logic against Black Americans that talk about their lived experience. Let's see if I can come up with a scenario that's similar. Let's say a Black American here is talking about capitalism, right? And they live in America, which most people say is capitalist, but it's really a mixed economy. And a Black person is saying that capitalism is when you get to the store and they're all out of your favorite cookies. And you're like, no, that's not what capitalism is. And then, Maverick, all of your friends in this chat, like Robert, would go, oh, you're just going to discredit the Black man's lived experience because he thinks that capitalism is not having the cookies? And I would say, yeah, his lived experience is not important to this conversation. It doesn't give him any sort of extra knowledge on what capitalism is. Yes, sometimes your lived experience does not fucking matter. Not one little bit. You just don't, again, like, you just don't understand how any of this shit works. So now you're trying to play identity politics and the phrase lived experience without even understanding what lived experience is.
Un año que no viene el huevo.
Un año desde que no ha tomado un huevo.
El huevo tienes que comprarlo. El huevo tienes que comprarlo por la calle en las Vipimi. Pero el Estado, la libreta, ya no te viene nada. Yo no sé qué significa la libreta, porque ya no viene nada. La remesa que ustedes dan, la ayuda, nos las venden a nosotros después. La ayuda nunca viene al pueblo. Lo que tú traes nunca viene al pueblo. Esa gente que viene, que están trayendo toda esa ayuda, esa ayuda.
That's a good point, Flyby Stu. Cookie and capitalism both start with C. That's a good point. I mean, this guy's just, again, explaining the problems with their country is that there's a blockade and that they don't have food, water, and energy. It has nothing to do with communism.
Yo no sé dónde él entrega, pero esa ayuda, tú no la ves.
¿Y qué sería su mensaje a Donald Trump y Marco Rubio?
Donald Trump y Marco Rubio, estoy esperando por ustedes, por favor, para ver si podemos vivir como personas, vivir como ser humano, tener las primeras necesidades como vive un ser humano, porque estamos viviendo peor que los animales.
So you're counting on Marco Rubio and Trump to do what? By the way, does this look like a 1950s car behind there? I don't know about that. What are they waiting on Donald Trump and Marco Rubio for? To do what? Get rid of the government, replace it with a government who will do what the United States says, and then we'll end all the embargoes. So it turns out it's the embargoes that are the problem. Yeah. Purdy Kiki said, fuck Nick Shirley and fuck Robert. Take that, Robert. We're about done.
Peor que los animales estamos viviendo.
¿Cree que sería bueno que los Estados Unidos ayudan?
Claro, por supuesto.
Oh, sorry, Raina said, one of the intended outcomes of these embargoes is to make the situation so dire for its citizens that they will rise up against their government. Yeah, that's what we do, because we're sick fucks in America. We think that everybody should just have to live like us, and if not, we'll starve them to death.
Está esperando la intervención, porque la gente piensa que la intervención que van a matar a la gente, no. Ya ellos saben los puntos claves, que saben que hay el comité central, que hay el punto cero, que sabe, todo el mundo sabe dónde están los catos. Ellos saben dónde están los catos.
¿Qué es un buen sueldo aquí en Cuba?
Oh, now we got the sad music.
Déjame tirar foto.
Ahí está.
¿Estás tirando foto?
Wow.
Wow.
And film that lady, get a shot of her. Wow. And última.
She just did to them what they're doing to everybody else.
Pregunta.
This lady had spawned out of nowhere and began spying on us. For instance, look at it. She comes into frame right here, and then she hides behind the lamppost, and then all of a sudden she starts filming us, and then when she goes to the other side of the lamppost, she then begins to act like she's on a phone call. However, she continues to point her camera towards our direction. The guy I'm interviewing then...
That's what you do, dude. It's literally what you do.
This is crazy. This is conservatism 101. Getting upset that people are doing exactly what you're doing.
Notices that she's filming us. He goes and confronts her, and she runs to the other side of the street. She then turns the corner.
Walks slowly to the other side of the street.
And my security guard follows her to see where she goes.
Oh, now the security guard stalks her. Okay.
And who does she meet up with? She meets up with the man who was following us inside of the hotel. And after we had confirmed that we were being followed by Cuban intelligence and their spies
This is a picture of a man that apparently is following them.
spying on us, we hurried back up to our hotel room and made a plan to escape Cuba.
It's escape. There's no X in escape. Nick.
Through the woods to him, and then he goes, no, like saying, don't sit here. Boom, sits there. So they're together, 100%.
Well, big drama now.
Come back to the hotel, buddy's there. They're 100% watching us. Option 2 is...
Robert, who are you saying? Robert, you said you still haven't dealt with the fact that they only get 6 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of sugar, 20 ounces of legumes, I assume not legumes, and 1 liter of oil per month. Who gives that to them, Robert? We'll take care of this now. Robert, who gives them that? And it is true, Robert. I am Antifa. You can cheat if you want for a second here, Robert. Robert, are you going to answer that question? Or are you going to put now you're saying that I'm rich? Got it. I'm rich because I play golf. Cool. This is why Robert doesn't want to answer this question. Because if they're given those supplies, that would be by the government. Communism is a political and economic ideology looking for classless, moneyless, and stateless society. So there would be no government. Remember, Host is using the theoretical definition to move the goalpost. Yes, communism is a theory. See, it is a political and economic ideology. It is a theory. That's why we're using the theoretical definition. Otherwise, if we don't have a definition for communism, dumb fucks like you can just call anything you don't like communist, and then other dumb fucks like you will then dehumanize people and say that because those people are communist, they don't deserve to live. That's why it's important for us to use real definitions. And by the way, you've been here for an hour. I've asked you to come talk to me, and you still haven't done it. You're still in the chat.
No more flights on today. They're 100% on to us.
So you think we gotta leave tomorrow morning?
If we're gonna deal with the pressure at one point, which I think we're going to anyways, we do it trying to leave early at the airport where there's public eyes. We're in Cuba. We're in Comic-Con.
That's a good point, Mr. Mayor. Remember, folks, Host is using words and their definitions, which is communism. Spelling was a little rough there, but I appreciate that.
This is a different ballgame for all of us. Think we can get a vote tonight? I was thinking about making a call to see if we were to do that. How far would the U.S. Coast Guard need us to be? They're 1,000%. Okay. So Billy's advantage is
You have to ask the question, why are they blocked? Why are they sanctioned? Because they won't do what we tell them to do. That's why. Because we think we can tell other countries how to run their country. That's why. They worked with the Soviets. This is a decades-old Red Scare, communism propaganda bullshit that is so ingrained in American society that legitimately it's because they're communist. What did they do? What did they do? What threat do they pose to us? What threat have they ever posed to us? We're afraid of a word. I think mostly what people are afraid of is the rich people are afraid of class consciousness. They're afraid that people will recognize
that this class system doesn't work, that capitalism's not working for them, and they might try communism. And for the record, I don't want to do communism, which is why I think it's really important to understand what communism is. I think it's really important to understand what capitalism is and not play on a team, not play on team capitalism or team communism or team socialism. Look at the problems in front of you and determine like how you're going to solve those problems. What's up, Jen?
So it looks like Matthew, who's arguing about definitions or terms, is claiming he's going to DM me to come up to talk to you.
Well,
So
he's
we'll
going to
see.
have to come up tomorrow because I've got max 10 minutes. I got it. My daughter's school pickup is in 30 minutes. It takes 15 minutes to get there. So we're running
Okay,
out
well,
of time.
Matthew, if you heard that, you can still send me a message in Discord and we can bring
You
you
can come
on
up tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Jen.
This is like this is literally the North Korea of Latin America, and we have spies on us.
This is literally the North Korea of Latin America. Nuclear power, North Korea. Okay.
100%. We're not there. I'm 100% convinced. But if we grab our...
Something tells me Robert already discounts the lived experiences of black people. This guy Fox says lived experience is literally all MAGA cares about. No facts, no data, only feelings.
bags right now, we make an escape, they're going to say, hey, they just took off. They're going to shut this whole bitch down looking for us.
And to make things even worse, Cuba was having their May
They're in a hotel. They know where you are. They're not going to shut down the whole city to find you.
Day march just outside our hotel in the morning, so all around the hotel, military and Cuba government was surrounding the hotel, protecting the streets for the march the next
It's just one fucking car.
morning. My thoughts. So tomorrow they're going to have the march for the May 1st march. It's a big march. So it starts at 6. They're either going to come for us by 3 or 4. So we have to be out of here by then. And whether that's us bouncing around the city.
Where's he coming up with this? They're going to come by 3 or 4. I'm guessing that's when you were going to leave.
In a pair of 2 and one off on their own, and maybe I'll meet back up. But we have to distract them enough by the time it's our time to board on the airport at 8 a.m. They're too occupied doing this march thing. We took a bit of a risky move and headed down to the lobby to act as if we had no idea they were spying on us and act very casual. So security puffed on some Cuban cigars, I drank some water, security chatted up with some of the people working at the hotel, and then we went back upstairs and barricaded ourselves into the hotel room for the night.
There's no threat. There is no threat.
And then at 4 a.m. we made our attempt to escape the hotel.
Nobody came to their room. They barricaded themselves in the room. I don't even know what was it. They're gonna not think we suspect anything because we're smoking cigars. This is unbelievable.
4 a.m. now. We're in the elevator. We're heading down to the bottom lobby, and we're making our way out. Right now, the people are gathering out on the streets. We have one of the security guards down the bottom, making sure that it's clear for us to walk out of the lobby right now.
They're so tough that 2 security guards can keep him safe from the Cuban government.
And now we're heading out, getting on a taxi, and making our way to the airport as fast as possible. One of the security guards was stopped by someone at the hotel as she asked why we are leaving the hotel early, and she would not let us leave. They were stalling for some reason, and then when we did try to make it out to go get a taxi, the guy barely let us out the door, and then when we got out to get a taxi, they called us back in. We're running into some complications here, trying to get out.
Nobody's stopping them. Nobody. That lady's behind glass. That guy opened the door for them. Nobody is stopping them.
They're asking why are we trying to leave the hotel early.
Immigration police.
And they took us into the back room of the hotel, and we had a meeting with a 2-star general.
She has their passports. Did you make that up? Do you have to turn in your passport? I kind of doubt that. You think the hotel had their passports?
Interrogated us for 10 to 15 minutes about why we're trying to leave Cuba, what was our purpose of our travels, what kind of questions.
Shut the fuck up. I went there. Oh, yeah, you guys just believe him. Yeah, I forgot. You guys just believe him. Guy, Nick Shirley would never lie.
We were asking the people on the streets what kind of footage we got. The general then said we could go, and he said they would get us a taxi to the airport. However, we waited for 5 minutes.
Taxi. Look at all the blood. Were they beaten to death?
And there was no taxi. We thought we were about to get set up, so we left the hotel and set off on foot to escape Cuba.
As soon as we made it down to the hotel lobby, they had their guys down there. We had immigration, and they brought us in for an interview. Gabe, so what's the current circumstances that we got going on right now in Cuba? We're trying to find a taxi. We've left the hotel. We're a few miles out now. No taxis are anywhere. How are we getting out of Cuba?
Maybe you should have waited for your taxi.
So, number one, second we got downstairs, we had, what you want to call their undercover police, walking through the lobby, just playing it cool, acting like there's nothing. Once you and I came downstairs, and you guys made your way out to the front, two-star general came out of nowhere, and he asked as politely as possible, but with firm action, like, hey, I need to sit down, we need to talk to you guys. And then he realized that
he politely said, we need to talk to you. Oh, no. Have you ever come back? Have you ever gone to another country and gone through customs? That doesn't sound that crazy. Amy said, how about everyone gets exactly what they vote for? Dems can have livable wages and healthcare. Republicans can donate their pay to their favorite billionaire and then go fight in Iran. I love that idea.
So he's like, hey, could you just bring in your friends so we could talk? And I was like, oh, what's going on? And he goes, I would want to talk inside. That's when he came outside to the outside lobby. I was trying to just engage the conversation there, and he said, I would like to talk inside. We had our conversation. Now, they let us leave, and now we're on foot by the university and the hospital. And we got about
I think these guys are just trying to make Nick feel scared. I'm guessing they're getting paid handsomely for this. They just paid to give him like a scary experience.
a mile and a half to the airport, 2 miles. So we're on foot. Hopefully we can get a taxi at some point.
Chris, you think that their city looks like shit? We sanction them because their city looks like shit? Guys, Chris just wants you to know that they're communists and they treat their people like shit, which is why we're starving them to death. That'll fix it.
If we don't get squeezed in before.
Squeezed in?
There's no taxis out right now.
You.
That's a bit of a problem right now. The streets are empty.
Empty, and everybody's going the opposite direction.
By the grace of God, we found one taxi driver in all of Havana who agreed to take us to the airport. The only problem, it's a tricycle that only goes 10 miles per hour.
All right, we got our taxi.
Again, maybe you should have waited at the hotel.
All right, it's our taxi to the airport. Not the taxi I thought we were going to get into to make it to the airport. This is our taxi we have right now. It's the only option we had available. We're going to try to find another car taxi because this is taking too long to get to the airport and our flight's going to leave.
No, it's crazy there's not taxis when nobody can afford gas. That's crazy. I wonder why there weren't taxis.
Without us in right now, we currently have the entire government of Cuba onto us knowing that we're trying to leave the country.
The government of Cuba is onto them and follow, but they're going to get away on a 10-mile-an-hour open-air taxi. This is bravery.
Now, we weren't able
Also, yeah, it's like 2 a.m. Good point, Becca.
to get another taxi. We've been in this taxi for the past hour or so. Suns came up, we finally made it to the airport, and now this is our last stretch in order to get out of Cuba. They might press us one more time inside the airport.
Yeah, they might ask for your passport inside the airport.
So we don't know exactly. We're not out of here for certain, for good. They might make one last push at the airport. They could either ask us some more questions or not let us board our flight. They do have all my camera gear inside the airport right now, so we have to get all of that. And everyone's on the know that we're trying to leave Cuba right now. We'll see if they let us board our commercial flight.
It doesn't seem like anybody cares that you're trying to leave. Nobody's following you. You ran down. You made a big mistake. You could have just waited for your taxi.
Airport, and now I had to go get my camera gear that they had seized just 24 hours before. They questioned me for another 30 minutes. They then took one of my security guards, questioned him as well, and then they ended up letting us get onto our
Oh my gosh.
I got all of my bags searched the last time I came back from Mexico. The last 2 times. This is just normal. Nothing happened to him. There was nothing here. He was just scared of Cuba.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Oh, we're making it onto the plane right now. I've never been so happy to make it onto a plane.
Why are you guys mocking this goddamn hero? I'm sorry.
I got pulled up by two guys. They wanted to do the smooth approach, like, hey, what's going on? Why are you guys here?
How come his is always a fucking story? Why don't they ever have... he keeps getting detained and nobody sees it. How come? How come nobody ever sees him being detained?
Why are you guys leaving so soon? You guys got here yesterday. After going back and forth, and I was done with the small talk already. I was like, bro, if something's going to happen, let it happen already. And he's like, I'm like, listen, we had a 2-star general at our hotel at 5 in the morning. You guys are here now. We were pressed all day yesterday. What's up?
They didn't get pressed one time the day before. Somebody filmed them for a second, and somebody asked him a question at the hotel.
And he's like, even the president knows that you guys are here.
The president of communist Cuba knew
For
that
sure.
we were here.
For sure, yeah. The people running the airport security was like, even the president knows. They knew. For sure this all happened.
So we're here. Facts. They know. They've been watching us all day. They know that we're here. So.
You might not see 3 more happier men in the world right now.
Kiss, 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 kiss.
Made it out.
24 hours in Cuba. They were asked a few questions. Somebody filmed them on a cell phone. And then they made it. Fucking heroes. Fucking heroes.
Oh my gosh.
Why does each one of his videos get dumber? All right. That was dumber than I thought it was going to be. That was beautiful. All right. I got to get the hell out of here. I got to pick up my daughter. I will see you guys. Jen, did I miss any messages before I go? Yeah. Let's all thank whatever God you worship. Let's thank that God for keeping that national treasure, Nick Shirley, safe those 24 hours when he was nearly asked questions.
Double check. Let's see. Pink.
What?
Pink's her Antifa dues.
Oh, thank you, Pink. Appreciate that. All right, for everybody else, I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here, wherever you're watching today. If you want to join us for our members-only event tomorrow night, make sure you're a paid member, either on YouTube or Twitch, and then join the Discord, which is free. If you want an invitation to the Discord and you don't want to join as a member, that's fine, too. Just message JenDub1, and we can get you into the Discord. Cameo is still available. Our merch is in our bio. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch, and Kick sometimes. Occasionally we're up on Kick. Other than that, guys, take care of yourselves. Go outside and touch grass. If you can't touch grass, smoke grass. If you can't smoke grass or touch grass, best of luck to each and every one of you. Be nice to your friends, to your family, to those that are around you. But most importantly, be nice to yourself. Get outside, put your boots on the ground, drink water, look in the mirror, and tell yourself one compliment. And until I see you tomorrow morning, take care of yourselves, stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.